The new Modus Super Series champion.
Oh my word!
It's another incredible moment tonight.
Jeff Smith.
It's match down.
5-star performer, and the bullseye is hit.
It's Johnny
Strong possibility of 5 wins out of 5. Can he find the double? Absolutely he can.
And to finish Matt Clark off, double 16.
He's going to put a real masterclass on here. But it's Clark who's looked $1 million in this first leg. Started the day great. Is he about to finish the day great? This for the 2-0 lead. Options. Double 10. Magic dart from McKe.
Richard McKe.
Burksfield. He thought he was out. He thought he was done and dusted. He thought it was a missed opportunity. But what a finish in the end.
Another. Fish time. Good caught. Good finish.
Wilkinson.
The big fish reeled in. It's Friday afternoon here at the Live Lounge in Port. So Group C comes to a close come the end of play, and it is Keanu van Velzen with a perfect Thursday who tops the party as a 4-point lead going into Friday's proceedings. Very good afternoon. Welcome along to the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, where Keanu van Velzen is looking to follow in the footsteps of his brother Marvin and become a weekly winner. A 5-star display on Thursday means that he is just a couple of wins from making it through to tomorrow night's final. Glenn Durrant's with us in the studio this afternoon to look ahead to all of the action that we're going to see. And yesterday, Keanu van Velzen, 5 wins out of 5. He was by far and by way the best player in that group.
Yeah, he was. His timing was great. I mean, statistically, he wasn't the best player in the group. I was surprised when I was crunching the numbers this morning, but it's all about timing. And when he was playing some of the big players, his set-up play and his finishing was on point. And to win 5 out of 5 in a Group C is absolutely superb. And I think he's been inspired and motivated by what his brother's done. Yeah, very great job.
We'll talk a little bit more about him in just a second, but last night Group B got underway. It's Rob Grundy who leads the way. In terms of standard, it wasn't the best group, but Rob Grundy was able to claw those 4 wins out.
Well, I haven't really, when you say standard, I was maybe thinking something similar to Group C. It felt like a war of attrition. It felt like a group with a lot of methodical players. And as much as I've known Rob Grundy for a good 20 years, I didn't realise how process-driven, how sort of methodical he is as a player. And during this game here, this was both players who had won 3 out of 3. So he knew the importance of this game. He loves a scrap. We used the word granite last night, even a nickname for him, because that's what it felt like with Rob Grundy. 4 wins out of 4. He's doing it for his family back in Hartlepool. You can see the delight in his face during that one. A job well done.
So good performances in there as well. And I can imagine it's difficult for the players who've dropped off tour because there's an expectation of them to hit the ground running once they are here. But they're also coming off the back of at least a season where things haven't quite gone to plan.
Yeah, exactly. And the 102.21 is sort of typical of a player on the Pro Tour. The one thing I would say to that, Henry, is the fact that when you come off the Pro Tour, you're used to losing games. So that good feel factor of coming to the Modus Super Series and getting that winning feeling again, then that can then lead to a real top game. And that's what Grundy did in the end. And the 102 average was a real delight.
So the action in Group B resumes from 10 o'clock this evening here on Pluto TV. Group C comes to a close this afternoon, and as you mentioned, Keanu van Velzen at the top of the pile on 10 points. We speak a lot about reset mentality here, how players following a poor Group A need to get themselves back together, back firing again for their second group of the week. And that was exactly what Keanu van Velzen did yesterday. He hit the ground running, didn't he, with that 98.5 average at the start.
Yeah, I don't like to mention his brother all the time, but he is here in Portsmouth, and I'm sure he's been giving him advice, because when Marvin was here the first time he was here, it didn't go to plan. So I'm sure after that Group A, Marvin will have talked about that reset mentality. He's got all the attributes, a very rhythm player. He's got that steely determination as well. As you can see, he had a couple of 4-3 wins as well yesterday. He dominated the group. I would say his timing was absolutely on point and just a really top player there.
Let's have a look at the odds. No surprise, Keanu van Velzen's the heavy favourite to go on and win the group. So when we look at these numbers, are we looking more at the player they think will finish second in this Group C?
I'll put a spanner in the works because Keanu's first game is against Carl Wilkinson. Now, Carl Wilkinson only won one game yesterday. When we sat here 24 hours ago, he was 13-8 favourite to win Group C. And that's a tough match for Keanu. You wouldn't look at it looking at the 8 to 1500 to one shot there. My only concern for Van Velzen, if he loses that game and then a little bit of panic sets in. So he'll have to stay disciplined. I like McKe. But the only fear I have for McKe, who averaged over an 89 for the day yesterday, is not 100% physically in the arm as well. So it's exciting, it's intriguing, there's a lot to play for, but you still feel it's Van Velzen's to lose.
18 plus, gambleaware.org, if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series this afternoon. Right, let's get into the action. Joshua Burksfield and Matt Clark kicks off Friday afternoon. It's the final afternoon of week 2. Week 3 gets underway in earnest on Monday morning from 9:30. We've got a former couple of tour card holders in action, including Scuba Steve.
You sense that this has to go for Lewis. He's got a chance at double 16. Just a little look over, focus on the double, brilliant. And listen to the crowd. He has got a big following in it.
For tops. He's done it again. Rinse and repeat. Johnny Hayes.
That's going to leave double top for our first ton plus, and he has hit it. Fantastic.
Double 20. It's Scott Campbell, the Brave.
And the Series 10, Week 6, Modus Super
Game, third chance he gets. And it's going to be double 16. Oh, faithful he fires. But he hasn't. Break a throw.
I'm sure he'll quite fancy this. He's got the first one. He needs to miss that dart, which he does, either side, and finds it lovely. Thank you very much.
He's really found his aim right now for double 14. That's what I'm talking about.
Here to not mess about and just to hopefully win this title.
Bullseye is there to be hit, and the bullseye is hit.
But there's one that really stands out for me. I'm going to give you a series winner for 2026. Steve Lennon.
So this is what we're looking at next week here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Scuba Steve Lennon making his debut here. Scott Campbell picked up a weekly title in 2025. Patrick Williams had a very good run at the World Masters earlier on this week as well. Group B, Carl Wilson, who was probably the biggest improver here at the Super Series last year. He's in action alongside Paul Hogan and Johnny Haynes, the runner-up at the recent ADC Global Championship, whilst Tommy Lishman, fresh off the back of a decent Challenge Tour weekend, is alongside Lewis Gurney and Aaron Gill in Group C. The action gets underway on Monday morning from 9:30 here on Pluto TV. But as far as this Friday afternoon is concerned, we get underway with Joshua Burksfield and Matt Clark. Two players on 4 points following the first day's worth of play. Matt Clark in 4th position, courtesy of a better legs difference, -1 compared to the -4 of Joshua Burksfield, who got off to a very good start yesterday. He won 2 of his opening 3 matches, but a sluggish end to the session for the man from Middlesex means that he is chasing the tail of Superman. Let's find out a little bit more about both players then. Burksfield, the 30-year-old from Middlesex, a regular for his county, making his second appearance here. He finished 3rd in Group C back in Series 12. As for Matt Clark, a 3-time weekly winner, a Series 2 Champions Week runner-up. He lost to Raymond Smith in the final of that by 4 legs to 3. And he's looking to rekindle some old memories here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Glenn Durrance alongside me in commentary for all of the afternoon's action. Andrew Culling is the referee in charge. And for both of these players, Glenn, they need a charge this afternoon.
I mean, the good thing for the pair of them is the fact that, as we just have a look at Andrew there, who will be professionally really enjoying this Group C campaign, because it was quite enjoyable yesterday. The one aspect that we were chatting a lot about yesterday
Game on.
is the fact that we've got 6 players who are fairly methodical I think we're seeing so many players now who are like whippets on the hockey, and they're playing so quick and so aesthetically pleasing on the eye. But the
60.
numbers were good yesterday. Now, Van Velzen goes away and absolutely delighted with 5 wins. But what I would say for these two in this opening matchup is that second place is definitely there for the taking. And a strong start from one of these players here. And all of a sudden it looked rosy in the garden
86.
again.
Well, an overall average for all 6 players combined of 85.35. In a Group A, we say that's good, let alone in a Group C. The doubling for the whole course of the group at around about 35%. So the numbers
45.
stacked up for a really good session. But I suppose sometimes in this sport, pace means everything.
And when you think of pace, you would think of Matt Clark, and Matt Clark has been traditionally a very, very difficult player to play against because he will dictate
44.
the pace. But we felt yesterday a couple of times, didn't we? At his best yesterday, he definitely was playing a little bit quicker. And I just felt in games sort of 2, 3 and 4,
60.
he just went back to sort of the old style Matt Clark where it was a little bit difficult to watch. And I watched him practice. Remember at 10 o'clock yesterday morning, he was playing so much quicker. And he was absolutely dynamite in the treble 20.
140.
Well, scoring-wise, there's only half a point difference between yesterday and his Group A campaign. But the big difference was his doubling success. He was 26% for the 3 days in Group A. Yesterday, 32%, 13
100.
hits from 40 attempts. So he was able to make better use of the opportunities he was afforded on Thursday in comparison to the rest of the week up to press. But this is a day where it counts more than any
93.
other. And he's overturned the throw of Burksfield in leg 1, leaving himself on 138. And I would argue, Glenn, it'd be the greatest 138 we've ever seen to start a darts match.
60. Matt, you require 138.
Very traditional play. Expect him to start on treble 20. So many players are starting on the 19s now. Well, he has gone that way. Can he replicate that first dart? Well, you called it, Henry. Is it going to be the greatest 138 to start the day?
114.
It would have been uncomparable to any others. However, he's left himself in a very good position. Burksfield really slow out the traps here, which is kind of the antithesis to yesterday. He came out
100.
with a 4-3 win against
Matt,
Carl
you require
Wilkinson to kick the
24.
session off. Could find himself one down here and a breakdown if Clark converts double 12.
Looks a good marker.
18.
I was about to say there, Henry, his opening game yesterday, he
Joshua
started this Group
requires
C campaign.
76.
Terrific 4-0 victory over McKe. The surprise for Clark yesterday is that he didn't back that up. That is the cardinal sin on 76. It means he's going to have to find a treble. Now, treble 13 you'd expect to be the dart. He's got it for double 16.
44.
Clips the wire. And that would have been a brutal bonus for Burksfield because he's been completely
requires
comprehensively
6.
outplayed in this opening leg. But Matt Clark looking at what we like to call the trapdoor double 3. Has to attack it.
Game shot on the first leg.
Manages to
Matt
find
Clark.
it into the top corner. Clark eventually breaks. 1-0.
Second leg, Matt to throw first.
Yeah, and
Game
already
on.
just looking at the in-play table, which we'll be doing an awful lot today as we sit here in the comms box. I mean, he's jumped right up to 3rd place now, Matt Clark. I mean, that's the difference, a win here. You'll often hear us this afternoon saying this feels like a big game. This
98.
seems like a big dart.
Well, I had a chat with Matt at around about 11 o'clock this morning when he walked into the building here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And he kind of said that the passage of the day for him to make it through is, yes, he's got to win as
59.
many as possible, but he could probably do with Keanu van Velzen sailing off into the sunset. He hoover up points against the rest and hope that he can get a win against him, because below Keanu is very tight.
And it's interesting because if you'd have asked me the question, do you think Matt would have a strategy today? Do you think he'd be looking at other players? I'll say no. He's the type of player that will just be focusing on his job to trying to win 5 out of 5. So the fact that he's already thinking about Keanu, as we can see in the in-play table.
46.
But that's what you'll see. Look where Matt Clark is right now. Based on the fact now is that, you know, if he goes on to win this game, but you will see that change so much today.
And interesting, have a look at the legs difference. 0 for Clark, 0 for
60.
McKe, 0 for Huntley at this present moment in time. And then there's a big gaping gap between Michael Huntley on 0 and Joshua Burksfield on -5 in that particular department. And then it's Carl Wilkinson, the man who, remember, yesterday went off as the 13-8 favourite to win this group. That's the man at the bottom of the pile, has got all the ground to make up on this Friday. 2 points -4 for a man who won the first week of the previous series.
140.
He's managed just to shoehorn a second in there. Leads himself on a finish after 12. Got the break in the opener. Matt Clark looking to back it up here.
$85. Matt, you require 143.
Treble 20 to start. Treble 17 to back it up. He looks in fine fettle this morning. So 74 left. That's where your mind goes blank as a dart player, because you know exactly what you want if the treble 17 goes, if the single 17 goes in.
73.
And just that moment there that's affected the rhythm. 70 certainly not a gimme. So if Burksfield can maybe look at a 140 or certainly a couple of trebles, needs to move.
59. Matt, you require
Maybe
70.
does, leads himself on 167, but Clark looking at 70 to double his lead. Double top.
Game shot
Puts
in the
Clark
second
2-0
leg.
to the good.
Matt Clark.
And so far, so good for Superman, who opened up yesterday's proceedings with a 4-0 win over Richard McKe. Could be halfway towards doing something similar here.
Yeah, it's really surprising how poor of a start it's been for Joshua Burksfield, because one thing that certainly noticed from him yesterday, a little bit of fatigue kicked in as the day got on. You could see him visually struggling there. Whether he's changed something in his preparation today.
95.
He's had that reversed effect because he started really poorly in these first two legs. Just averaging 72 at the moment. It's really comfortable right now for Matt Clark. Though it's a 140 star for Burksfield.
125.
Back in for a couple of trebles. So maybe he's now beginning to settle into this game.
Needing a little time to wake up. In terms of his numbers yesterday, 82.5 average for the session. 14 hits out of 41 attempts on the double, 34%. 6-1-80s here. As many maximums as anybody else in the group. Carl Wilkinson also had 6. And a couple of ton-plus checkouts, including the 116 in that 4-3 win against Carl Wilkinson right at the very beginning of the session. And he's going to need a similar spark here.
Yeah, both players, Henry, are using the ADC as their ways of match sharpening. Matt Clark is often seeing the word champion next to him, so he's used to winning games. He's playing a lot in the Manchester, Altrincham, Bolton area. But you could say the same against Burksfield, who's using the ADC, and again, a lot of the words champion. So they're used to playing regular in these vaults. They're used to winning.
84.
Well, just beginning to up the level here, Bert. So leads himself on a single to double after just a dozen thrown. We'll give him a foothold in the game, but having been broken in the opener, will need to find that break back.
122.
Well, 52, it looked inviting, 52. Didn't it? But the way Clark is finishing as well, you sense that this is a must-hit for Burke. So it's been a desperately slow start. That doesn't look ideal, but it's double 6. He gets there in the end with a double-double finish. Will that be the spark to get him going?
Full flag
case
Matt
of Clark just doing that professional job that we associate with Matt.
I could be completely wrong here, Glenn, but doesn't Josh look completely flat?
97.
Yeah, I think that's a fair statement. I saw him this morning. What I would say was that these Modus Super Series days, Group C, they're hard. They're hard. You know, he's probably not used to playing
16.
So much darts and then having to come back. But I tell you what, if I was in the position he was in overnight, I'd have been right. What a massive day, because I would have said there's nothing that these players are doing that I can't do. You know, the numbers
100.
that I've been looking at for Burksfield with his county stuff, with his ADC stuff, his challenge tour stuff from a couple of years back, he can do those averages. It's his job to find a way of doing that.
Well, I spoke to Cam Crabtree in the build-up to his
60.
appearance here.
Wow, only 7 minutes in before you mentioned Cam Crabtree.
And he was saying, look, they play with each other with Super League and things like that, and he pushes him. So we know he's got a level there.
85.
If he's pushing a player who's approaching possibly the top 50 in the World Cup at the end of the year, he's got a talent.
$84.
Yeah, it's still a pathway, isn't it? Super League, County. We've spoken an awful lot about his exploits with Middlesex. We've spoken an awful lot because Rob Grundy has requested that when he plays Saturday night, I drop him off on the M1 on the way
99.
home because Cleveland play Nottingham. So it's still a pathway for players where county darts is still a big part of, you know, their darting experiences right now.
I'm assuming you're charging for that privilege?
Yeah, invoice sent to Cleveland county darts, absolutely.
100.
Plus VAT.
Now you require 120.
Matt Clark, look at the climb the ladder to go 3-1 to the good. And luckily for him, he's got 6 on this point.
$80.
It was an excellent response. That second dart there. That's his best dart of the day so far.
85.
But the way Clark has played,
Matt, you
he looks
require
really
40.
solid. He looks really focused. And this for a 3-1 lead.
Turns are doubling 2 out of 7, but he hasn't really
James
been
on the
pushed in
fourth
too
leg.
many legs.
Matt Clark.
And he's edging towards the finishing line here, Matt Clark. 3-1 to the good.
Fifth leg, Joshua.
A solid
Steve for
display,
first.
average of
Game on.
88.86, 3 from 8 on the doubles. That's pretty much a typified Matt Clark display.
It is, and
40.
if he did have a strategy overnight, then he's got a huge game coming up against Keanu van Velzen. And I still stand by the fact if Wilkinson beats Van Velzen, that this guarantee of him topping the table,
140.
we could be chatting about he's got problems here. And yesterday, for Richie McKe, who's coming up second, I just felt that the timetable of events yesterday didn't suit him. He was playing, had gaps. He was playing, whereas he'd be playing 2 of the first
59.
4 games. So lots of intriguing permutations to come. And this could go right down to the wire.
I quite like where Keanu van Velzen's placed in terms of the schedule because
140.
he's never going to have a long break. He's on, he's off, he's on, he's off. And you may say something completely different, but I think for someone like him and for most players who play here, they'll much rather be in a rhythm which his schedule will allow.
Yeah, I am going to disagree in a sense that
96.
he's got Wilkinson first. Nobody likes playing Matt Clark. He's got second. And his potentially his closest rival is this third game. So he could have 3 tough opening games there. If I was in his position, just let me win one of those 3 games because I
66.
fancy him to win his final 2 games. That's the way I see it.
Well, it looks like this game may well be heading towards a rather abrupt ending in a few moments' time.
58.
Clark looking at 155. Plenty of time from here to wrap it up 4-1.
Yes, one of the trickiest finishes because you're manoeuvring away around your dartboard. It's a beautiful start as he goes down to treble 19. Absolutely fine. Back to treble 20. And look at Burksfield in the background. Henry, you alluded to the fact he looks flat. For once, I'm going to agree with Henry Deacon.
Hell has not frozen over. However, Matt Clark looks like he's about to get off to a lightning quick start.
140. Matt, you require 75.
Well, you look at the 17s bed. He should at least get a dart at tops. You look at the big 18. And that's maybe where his mindset is at. Because in normal circumstances, he knows it's the big 18. But he's going to get a match dart. 3 from 8 on the double so far.
35.
An opportunity to win the
Joshua,
game
you
has
require
gone a begging.
108.
For Burksfield, this is Hail Mary time. 108 to save the contest. If not, you expect Clark to mop up from here. Can locate the treble 19, which would give him a dart at double 16 to save it. So Clark back for tops.
51.
The opening game of Group C yesterday,
Man, you
Matt
require
Clark
40.
started his campaign with a 4-0 victory. Been in total control from the first start to the last. And it's
Then
a super
drop,
performance from
Matt
Super Matt Clark. Moves into that qualifying second position with that 4-1 victory over what was a very flat performance from Joshua Burksfield. He'll have to gather his thoughts and come back fighting. And I think Matt's sort of asking the question himself there. But a really solid performance. He was round about that 90 average throughout. Excellent on the doubles as well as superstar for Matt Clark. Job well done. We move on to game 2. It's Huntley versus Richie McKe.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Matt Clark got his campaign for the day up and running. A 4-1 success over Joshua Burke. So that moves him up to second position on 6 points, tied with Richie McKe, who's in action against Michael Huntley in game 2 of the afternoon. For Michael, he can also join that pair on 6 with a victory here. And interestingly, first observation of the morning, we saw that Richard McKe was struggling with a bit of an injury yesterday. He's got some strapping on his right arm. As for Michael Huntley, the 54-year-old Welshman, a 3-time semi-finalist here, up against McKe, the 35-year-old from Banbridge in Northern Ireland, picked up the Week 10 title in Series 11. But first things first, Glenn, we thought that there was some injury problems for Richie towards the tail end of yesterday's session. And early on, it looks like there's something on his right elbow to maybe swell some pain or whatever injury he may perhaps have.
Yeah, I mean, it's not uncommon to see these players wearing the sleeves now as well, but I was just trying to sort of see if there's any grimace, because there was a couple of throws he did yesterday where you could visually see he was in pain.
First leg, Michael to throw first.
But
Game on.
What I would say, Henry, he averaged over 89 for the afternoon yesterday. You know, he finished in second place. I mean, this is a player who's won a week here. This is a player who's nearly hit a 9 darter here. So he's
83.
There wasn't an awful lot to separate these two. I know Mike Huntley went off the stage feeling pretty desperate after losing the penultimate game of yesterday against Richard McKe, because he had real opportunities in a couple of games yesterday. So nothing to separate them yesterday. Will it be the case today?
We tend to see the compression sleeve mostly by Asian players. They were kind of the first advocates of the game. I know McKe Suzuki, when she won her World Championship titles, wore that rather famously. And I don't know if you ever played in such things, but have you ever played with players that have had it on, what they've kind of said about the advantages and disadvantages of that?
Yeah, I think Lisa Ashton, I think Ross Montgomery were the two players, and the two players over the age of 50. I think I did wear it once just to see. I mean, as you do in any dart play, I was thinking, is this going to put 1% on my game? Am I going to feel more comfortable? But it only lasted the one game.
44.
As you mentioned, it was a really solid day for Richie McKe, and he kind of went under the radar, really, didn't he? Average of 89, as you mentioned, 38% in terms of his finishing. He had 5 ton-plus checkouts, including a 136, 134, 106, 101, 120 in the ton yesterday.
40.
Yeah, I do like
Michael,
that side angle as we look at players' throws, but this has been a lovely start from Huntley. Mustn't panic here. Go to the 18's bed.
58.
And as I always say, the single is a must. The treble is a bonus. Leaves himself a 2-darter. Nice big 20. Hit the tops. And it's a super start. The game sounds easy.
100. Michael, you require 60.
Well, it certainly looks as if the Welshman's got a spring in his step at the beginning of this Friday afternoon. And he's got 2 at tops to take a 1-0 lead.
Game shot on the first
Only needs
leg.
a 1. That was
Michael
a really
Huntley.
good opening leg. 6 visits on throw. That's tough to crack in this format.
Second leg, Richard to throw first.
Yeah, I like Mike Huntley. I mean, I know when you've got in the commentary box, you've got to have that no bias attitude. But just away from the hockey, he's just great to talk to. He was a player that was benefiting from the world seniors. He was enjoying his darts. But let me tell you, he made the decision to come to Legends Week here instead of going to Q School.
100.
That's the type of feeling he has for that stage. He loves the invites. He loves coming here. That's how much the Modus Super Series means to him.
140.
I think for players like Michael Huntley, playing on this stage makes a name for himself in areas where he probably never expected to before. And I think there's an argument that you look at some players who
60.
A couple of years ago, regulars here went on to get a tour card, and now they're on tour. You hardly hear of them, you hardly think about them. Darryl Pilgrim's a great example of that. Someone that was here, and he was the centre of attention.
100.
He's got half the average records here. He won weekly title after weekly title here, but now on the Pro Tour, he's somewhat of an afterthought. That's no disrespect to you, Darryl, if you watch him, but we don't talk about him as much
100.
as when he was here.
Richard, you require 161.
Yes, I'd like to apologise to Darryl there if you're upset. That was Henry Deacon who called you irrelevant. I think he used the word useless there, Darryl, so please
85.
email me. I'll take that to HR.
So I wait till HR sees the email right about you on your leaving week. Be like an essay.
95.
Don't be
Richard,
crying
you
when I
require
leave.
76.
Good second leg here from McKe. Doesn't make the mistake that Burksfield did. He's nice and straight, so giving yourself the dart to tops.
Game shot in the
Excellent
second
darts.
leg.
1-1.
Richard McKe. Third leg, Michael to throw first. Game on.
What's your favourite group, Henry, out the A, Bs and Cs? I don't know why, but there's never a dull moment in Group C.
42.
I think Group C was once upon a time labelled the ugly duckling in terms of the 3 groups here at the Super Series. And it probably was because at the start, the pool of players wasn't big.
45.
And actually, there was a big gap between the 6 players that played in Group A and then the players that came in through Group C. But as time's gone on, the pool of players has got bigger and the standard of players has got better. If you fancy yourself getting through Group C, I think it's the best group to win through because you're playing at a prime time of day. People are used to playing between 1 and 6 in the afternoon. And if you get through, you've got 24 hours to get things right for Saturday. Whereas in Group A, you've got 2 days where you're twiddling your thumbs, wondering what to do. Whereas if you get through Group B, it's about, well, if last night's a case in point, it's 2 o'clock in the morning, you've got to try and get to sleep and get yourself going again.
So what's your answer?
Family sat on the fence.
54.
Doesn't matter, I wouldn't get through any of them anyway, so...
How was your 42 average anyway? I saw you won a game on the ADC. I mean, I was going to congratulate him, but I thought,
137.
No. He wasn't congratulating when I was banging in 120 averages. He just seems to focus on the fact that I lost 8 out of 8 on that stage. Nasty man. I agree with you, Daryl Pilgrim. Thanks for the message.
128. Michael, you require 82.
82 for Huntley to go 2-1 to the good. 1 dart, double top.
Game shot on the third leg.
That's a real feature in Michael Huntley's ticking. That top's hitting.
Fourth leg.
When he's playing well, that target is on a string. And the Welshman leads by 2 legs to 1.
Yeah, tardy game this, Henry.
94.
There's always the fear of repeating yourself, but it's been a very competitive Group C, bearing in mind that Van Velzen, ran away with things yesterday. I still think there's a twist in the tail, Henry. I might be wrong come 20 minutes time when Keanu goes on and beats Wilkinson and it's like, what were you talking about, Glenn? I just think something is going to happen today. I don't think it's all just about that second place.
66.
You could perhaps make an argument that the standard in this Group C is better than the standard in Group B. And actually, the group where perhaps there's most likely a chance of there being a winner this week may well be this, as opposed to the night group, as Huntley piles in the first max of the day.
Yeah, I didn't enjoy the Group B because, you want Richie Burnett to get up there and
91.
Whacking 100 average, and he struggled a little bit. And despite the fact that Dudbridge didn't get the results, I was pleasantly surprised with
85.
how he's still playing despite the fact he's not practiced a lot. Grundy was rugged. He was granite. For me, my favourite player of the night was Wazowski. He's having a difficult time personally,
100.
but he used that reverse psychology of using that as a real inspiration to him. Still all to play for tonight.
10 o'clock live here on Pluto TV. As McKe looks at 150 to
Richard,
level this game up at 2 apiece. The 2 trebles give himself a dart and a double. Huntley only needs the 1 treble to give himself a
100.
poke at the outer ring.
Michael,
well,
you
good was
require
that last dart, Henry?
116.
This one is going down to the wire. Also feels that this 116 needs to go. What a dart that is for double 18. Big dart. Big moment.
98.
And that miss on the inside
Richard, you require 50.
has given McKe a couple of chances here to level this match up.
30.
Well, he tried to follow dart 2, but he's pulled the last one low.
Michael, you require 18.
Dart 2 too good. Just so close to that top. Now, Huntley was punished yesterday. He'd be thinking his mindset, I didn't get second opportunities. And it's difficult, this one. Number 1, you've got to be aggressive. I don't mind that dart. Now,
no score.
Do you know, he played that right. He just
Richard,
didn't execute it where he wanted to. That's the problem with that double 9. 2-2.
Game shot on the 4th leg.
Well, no
Richard
mistake
McKe.
about that double 10, but we saw it yesterday for Michael Huntley. Markers on the wire have
5th
been
leg,
no
Michael
use. He's
2
almost
for
one of those
first.
players that can almost
Game
do
on.
with a missed double being about half an inch out, just to give himself a little bit more target room to kind of nudge off the barrel and into the bed.
Yeah, we saw some fantastic camera angles last night in Group B of the way it looked perfectly situated for Rob Grundy to hit a double. But what you don't see, what the eye line camera that we can see is where it was almost like the darts
100.
were understacking for him, and it was covering the whole of the double.
I'll tell you what, there was a brilliant video released yesterday of Keanu van Velzen. You know those new cameras you can get with the glasses, the glass you can get with the cameras on? They were doing something at the Wimble launch day on this week, and it was Keanu van Velzen through those glasses, how he can see targets and how a professional dart player goes about his business. A brilliant video, and obviously Keanu's dart's a bit more extreme than Michael Huntley in terms of angle of attack, but they're very much a stacker dart.
Yeah, where Mardle's been using those glasses in part of his exhibitions as well. Now, you know, the mic to engage with the crowd as well, but also to demonstrate like the trajectory and the flight of a dart. There's a real science of throwing the dart. But the best players, listen to Gary Anderson's video last night, the best players are the ones who just throw the dart. You know, don't overcomplicate the process.
Yep, Gary Anderson, a man not influenced by anybody
82.
else.
Richard, you require 161.
I was hoping he was talking about you, Henry.
I'm not an influencer, pal.
85.
Yeah, once again, that last dart
Michael,
from
you
McKe.
require 122.
This one was looking really awkward. How many times are we going to see that 76 finish? Is he going to get a chance? Well, treble 18 for the bullseye. He's getting big moments.
97.
He's getting opportunities. Fine margins.
The wire
Richard,
clipped.
you require 76.
He could have won this game by now. But he may find himself 3-2 down if Richard McKe can find double top.
36.
And again, bends the wire.
Michael, you require 25.
And I reiterate what I was saying. Huntley was getting punished yesterday, not getting a second chance. He had that in the previous leg, but didn't take it. That's the cardinal sin. Now he just needs to stay composed. He's had to burn another dart. For double 4 and for a 3-2 lead, he gets there in the end. Big moment and his best moment of this Group C campaign so far. Can he now see it out?
Sick flag, Richard to throw first. Game on.
I might be very presumptuous saying this, Glenn. But I'm seeing reactions from Michael Huntley I don't often see from him. I'm seeing reactions from Joshua Burksfield I don't often see from him. I'm getting the sense there's a bit of tension here.
Yeah, that's very presumptuous of you, whatever the word that you said. Presumptuous. Just one word. Some of the words you were coming out with
100.
yesterday, honestly, you should have your own thesaurus. This is good. Top game, this.
140.
Back-to-back 140s for McKe, looking to take us all the way, having missed a chance to go 3-2 up in the previous leg.
85.
And we said at the top of the show that every game will feel big, and again, just looking at the in-play table, now all of a sudden it's looking good for Mike Huntley. If you can see out this one, puts himself
100.
in a good position. Stay with us this afternoon. I think it's going to go right down to the final games.
Well, yesterday's meeting between the pair went 45. To a last leg decider. McKe won 4-3. It looks like this particular meeting is going to see all 7 legs in it as well.
89.
I'll tell you what, some of his last darts, when it looks like he's just bashing his way through to that treble 20, bashing his way through that treble 18, put himself in a fantastic position. We are going the distance, you feel, but a little bit of pressure there. Leaves the door ajar.
No score.
And the door very much ajar now. McKe missing 3 to make it 3-3. And this would be some way to wrap it up for Michael Huntley.
Treble 19 for tops. Got to be aggressive. What a dart. This for the finish of the week.
117.
Drop slow.
I say finish in the week, bearing in mind that we've seen the 170, but that under the circumstances, but McKe strong.
McKe.
His mindset is up there with the very best on that stage. Great touch between the pair of them.
7th and final leg, Michael to Furrow first.
But these next 3 darts, Henry, are massive.
Well, you mentioned it yesterday. Timing is everything. And sometimes you need that little bit of a shot in the arm when you've seen your opponent miss a dart at tops off the back 97. Of the 137 to win the game to kind of spark you into life. Sometimes you need that bit of a scare. McKe's had it. His opponent kicks off with a ton. If he can find 2 trebles here, he takes charge of his leg against throw.
100.
Yeah, the more I see of McKe's throw, the more you might be able to get into my mind of the the dart way, the dart coaching, because remember,
60.
musical statues of the body. Let the mechanics, good balance, good posture. So I'm searching there. But can you see the way that the arm, it's lovely going through that line.
100.
You've got to visualise it as a player of doing it. There's a lot to like about that throw.
When the elbow goes up, you could pretty much draw a straight line to the floor.
60.
Straight line to the floor, and then a little bit of a flick as he releases.
Yeah, the flick's a great word. You get people who are very
140.
smooth with the release of a dart. He's the flicker, whereas with Mike, he doesn't. Very much like Johnny Clayton's throw is Mike Huntley's. The arm doesn't always
100.
extend.
Richard, you require
Two different players, but I tell you
161.
what, they're both going for the desired target and hit it on a regular basis. This is super stuff. Back up to treble 20.
6-4 the match, going to need the full quota.
92.
And when he comes back, he's going to return for 69, which means that there may only be the guarantee of one dart at a double when he comes back.
84.
Real
Richard, you
sensible
require
play there
69.
from Huntley as well with that last dart to leave a potential two-darter if he comes back. But that
Game
was a
shot
proper
and a
game of
match.
darts. That
Richard McKe.
there was nothing to separate them yesterday, nothing to separate them today. A match dart for Mike Huntley. He had an opportunity for 1-3-7 finish in that penultimate leg, but that was a real super game, and the numbers back that up. On point with his average yesterday, just over 89. Richard McKe. There's a real top player there. Mike Huntley once again really unlucky. We move on to game 3. It's Carl Wilkinson against Keanu van Velzen.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Richard McKe got the better of Michael Huntley by 4 legs to 3. Next up for us, we're going to see table topper Keanu van Velzen take on Carl Wilkinson. For Keanu, he won all 5 of his matches on Thursday. He has a now 2-point lead at the top of the table because that win for Richard puts him on to 8 points in the league standings. Up against Carl Wilkinson, who was put to the sword yesterday. The 41-year-old from Barnsley, winner in his previous appearance here, but picked up just 2 points from his Group A campaign yesterday. Up against the 22-year-old Keanu van Velzen from Maasdijk in the Netherlands. His debut here, but the brother of Marvin, he's looking to follow in his footsteps. And I can tell you that Marvin van Velzen is in the vicinity today. He is in Portsmouth supporting his brother. And should Keanu make it through, as from this position he should, then the Marvin army will be here in full voice tomorrow night. Or shall I say the KVV Ultras, as I'm going to call them.
Row first. Game on.
No, let's stick with the MVV army, if you don't mind. But I still feel there could be a twist in the tail. And if I am right, that means that Carl Wilkinson has to win this game. If it isn't, then Van Velzen can pretty much see through to Saturday night and be as free-flowing as he wants to. But he's been an absolute joy to watch. I mean, Marvin van Velzen, for me, was one of my favourite players to see on that stage.
96.
That evolution of a player who had a dreadful opening time. He learnt the process. He acclimatised himself to the whole situation and had that dream night where he lifted the trophy.
140.
Incredible atmosphere that night.
Pick Jimmy Van Ski in the final, who's going to be in action at the Winmore World Masters tonight.
96.
Now, Jimmy Van Ski and Marvin have had fantastic fan bases, but which other one stands out for you? And mine was only a group of 8 people.
Mark's
60.
Mob.
Who's that?
The Robbie Martin Massive. They all turn up in purple as if they're Fiorentina fans.
Do you remember Adam Warner?
100.
Ah, him and his friends from the university.
As we're babbling on about nothing, these guys are already down to a finish, which is a clear indication that you've probably got the 2 quickest players potentially this Group C. Just working out the plan. A lovely last start there, but it's Wilkinson down to a very makeable 109 finish.
Yeah, this game probably going to be an outlier in terms of pace in comparison to what else we're going to see
77
this afternoon. Van Velzen looking at 74 then for an opening leg break into set his stall out right from the get-go. Exactly what he did yesterday, averaged 98.5 in a 4-0 win against Michael Huntley to kick off his day. And this was the type of thing he was doing so well. These types of combination finishes.
Game shot on the first.
And that is exactly what he's done there.
And look at the double that it was. We highlighted the fact yesterday double 10 had a magnet in it from yesterday.
Keanu to Faro first.
And if there's going to be a sting in the tail,
game on.
Then it means Wilkinson's got to produce his A game, because Van Velzen, he looked really focused this morning, Henry. I know you had breakfast with Marvin. I was watching Keanu. He had his music in his ears like a lot of the young players do these days. He was on that stage alone. And I liked it. He's not taking this for granted. And I liked everything he's done in regards preparation this morning.
He's got a swagger about him. He's got a confidence and a belief that you don't see in many debutants. He feels as if he belongs on this stage and he feels at home on this stage. 42. It's taken him a couple of days to acclimatise, but he really does look as if he's strutting his stuff now.
60. $140.
And you can understand why. Averaging 96 and change. I get it's only midway through the second leg. But he's already had 3 140s in this contest. And that treble is just beginning to weep a little bit.
125.
Well, we've had the message regarding the fact that that double 10 means an awful lot to his game, but also we spoke an awful lot yesterday. When the first arc goes in, the others often follow.
100.
And they're the types of indicators which are good and will benefit, give him that sound foundation on a world to build.
94.
Really good last start, leaving
Carl, you
himself on
require
tops and
141.
forcing Wilkinson here to take out this 141 to level up. Down for treble 19, unable to get. Van Velzen looking at tops for 2-zip.
109.
This is mightily, mightily impressive.
Keanu, you require 40.
He can be aggressive because he's so good on double 10.
Game shot in the second leg. Keanu van Velzen.
This is tremendous start, Henry.
Third leg, Carl to Faro first.
I'm trying
Game
to
on.
rack my brains a little bit here, Glenn, and trying to think of the last time we've seen somebody on debut without any kind of relative
100.
stage experience, such as what Keanu van Velzen has, to look so assured, so comfortable, so at home. Probably the only comparison might well be Tyler Ford.
134.
Yeah, absolutely. I remember I only went to the Dutch Open twice. And I reached the final where I played Mark McGe. And I remember the youth final. And one of them was Jurjen van der Velde, who got beat in the final. And I often wondered who was the player who beat him in the final and whatever happened to him. And I just looked at my
100.
records then. Guess who it was? Keanu. Often wondered what happened to him. He was terrific that day. We know what happened with Jurjen van der Velde. He played in the Grand Slam this year. Should have been World Youth Champion. But in 2018, that young man in your picture there won the Dutch Open. Let me tell you, that is one of the most difficult competitions to win.
Next weekend, I believe it's on the calendar, isn't it? In
Carl,
the
you require
WGF system.
84.
A go-to for any aspiring player, just to experience once. Well,
Game shot in the
Wilkinson
third
decided to
leg.
gamble there with
Carl
64
Wilkinson.
left. Went for the 16s and then converted
Fourth
treble
leg,
to
Keanu
double
to
to bring it
Faro
back
first.
to 2-1 at a
Game
12
on.
darter. Best of the match so far. And it gives him a foothold in the game. What was your favourite Open to play in?
85.
I love Chelsea. I don't know what about that player. I don't want to be going money oriented, but I dread to think how much I won. I mean, I won England
99.
Open 3 or 4 times, the England Classic a few times, the England National Singles. There was a competition as well on a Sunday morning at the England, and I think I won that.
42.
Money in, money out, wasn't it?
It was 6 or 7 years on the spin I won. I mean, it was just, I just loved that venue. I did. And it was very tight, very hot.
99.
You know, whereas the Dutch Open, you've got to go and experience it. It's honestly, it's truly, truly magnificent.
You must love a PO postcode, Glenn. PO 31, isn't it, Selzy?
100.
Didn't do me any good on that stage, did it? It really was a PO.
More P45 for you on that stage when you played.
139.
Really good visit that from Wilkinson. Both players struggling either side of the ton. Wilkinson averaging 104.5, Van
100.
Velzen
Carl,
97.5.
you require 164.
And it is the sword who has 6 hit to level up at 2-2 from 2-0 down. Decided to stay there. Sensible play. Van Velzen's not on a finish.
You can understand now why
132.
that Carl Wilkinson was 13-8 favourite to win Group C before a dart was thrown yesterday. He's a proper dart player.
84.
And all
Carl,
it
you
takes is
require
him to
32.
win 1. He'll be on to 4 points. Yes, he's going to have to probably complete the card, but he'd be very much in play. 2 8s.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
And from 2-0
Carl
behind, he's
Wilkinson.
put in a 12 and a 14 darter to level up at 2 apiece.
Fifth leg, Carl to Faro first. Game on.
We did mention yesterday that Carl Wilkinson is capable of going through the card today. It's unlikely, but he could still finish on 12 points. And we said yesterday, 14 pretty much guarantees
41.
you're in. 12 could be enough. It would be an incredible at 100-1 to win the group he was today, but for qualification, it would still be a possibility because Van Velzen threw everything at him for the first 2 legs. He dealt with it. He's responded. He's right in the mix now.
All about weathering the storm.
41.
And Carl Wilkinson, we mentioned his county experience of Yorkshire, be used to the best of 7 format and be used to players having little spurts. You can, in this format, just
93.
about weather it if you can come out the other side. Those couple of leg bursts from players. And he'll be hoping, Carl Wilkinson, that he's just evaded that. He's got himself
100.
back to an equal kilter because of a similar spell himself. And now looking to push on and pick up what will be only his second win of this group. His solitary
98.
victory yesterday came against Matt Clark by 4-2.
Yeah, I think one thing that Van Velzen will be looking forward to this season is the development tour as well.
125.
Had success with the semi-final in 2024, but in the final 4 events in 2025, he had a couple of quarter-finals as well. And just looking at his progression, he's on the up, this young man. He really is. He's on that upward trajectory as a dart player, and he'll be certainly one of those names you're looking out for on the development tour.
98.
Looks good, feeling good, and at the moment playing good, Keanu van Velzen. 118 for the break,
118.
And to get his nose in front once again.
Well, we highlighted the fact that how that man in your picture there dealt with the fact that he threw everything at him in the first 2 legs. But you could say the same about Van Velzen. It was double 19.
99.
Would have put him 3-2 up as Wilkinson was playing superb. 3 bulls, maybe?
96.
Carl Wilkinson is not a ball hitter.
Keanu,
but Keanu van Velzen is very much a go-getter.
Perfect. Good prep. Double 8.
No score.
Oh.
Carl, you require 54.
Drops low, and for Carl Wilkinson, his hard work may well merit something here. However, he's missed a big number. It's only going to be one at double 16. He only needed the one at double 16. And credit goes where credit's due, because that could have so easily have unravelled there for Carl Wilkinson.
I was trying to work out the 11 because you automatically then go for the 3 because you've missed the 14. Didn't panic. That was a beautiful
42.
double 16. Carl Wilkinson goes 1 away.
He's a leg away from putting that spanner you thought could well be in the works today.
Well, his next game is against Matt Clark. Now, Matt Clark did flatter to deceive yesterday in his game 2 after winning 4-0 in his opening one, so it'll be interesting to see how he deals with the situation. But Keanu hasn't given up hope of this game yet. We've already seen game 2 go to a 4-3. Is this one also going the distance? It's been that type of group where it's been very competitive.
96.
And nothing much to separate these players.
He's getting more and more animated, isn't he, Keanu? If he wins this from 3-2 behind,
45.
expect to see some gusto by way of celebration after.
Well, we saw plenty of that with it. The game with Justicia and Rob Grundy yesterday. Really was an alpha male game, that one. The chests were out.
59.
I think everybody wants to see Justicia against Lewis at the Super Series in 2026.
Well, I said that yesterday and got no reaction from Chris Murphy.
100. Keanu, you require 164.
6 from here to win leg 6 and to take us all the way.
100.
In a very good position. We'll get the guarantee of at least a dart to level up when he comes back. But under what pressure? Under what pressure? Huge pressure. All of a sudden, this has to go.
Yeah, he's looked good from the first dart to the last dart as Carl Wilkinson. And you
Keanu
can say the same
64.
about Van Velzen. But this is where it just went a little bit pear-shaped in the previous leg. Similar type of finish. It's going to be a dart and a double. This time it's double top. Wilkinson sat menacing.
Game showing
That's real quality.
Keanu van Velzen.
That is a finish. That is top-notch.
7th and final leg. Carl to throw first. Game on.
Well, he's certainly got a spring in his step. But Wilkinson with the darts here. And how many times in his career has he been in a position like this, particularly for his county, particularly for his country, where it's a one-leg shootout and a leg which is all or nothing?
93.
I have to say the focus of Wilkinson is very, very impressive. He doesn't sulk, he doesn't moan, he doesn't woe is me, he just gets up there.
140.
Van Velzen with that beautiful finish. And what do? You hit him hard with a couple of 140s. Wilkinson looking really good.
94.
Big last start just keeps him in touch, but Wilkinson, with all the time and space that he could possibly want to seal the deal from here, would love a treble.
60.
Couldn't crowbar in the middle, but Van Velzen could only leave a finish by hitting a max.
Yeah, such a real late release start that first one, then the bounce out. Music to the ears of Carl Wilkinson.
161.
Plenty of time in his size. He looks at this 161. Beautiful dart.
99.
Bullseye for me with that last dart is the dart for that one. That's 62 compared to like the 56 finish. But looking good.
All of a sudden, Van Velzen is looking rather uneased.
60.
And Wilkinson's got 6 on this point. He's got all the time he wants to seal the deal here. That's not a disaster. Double 16. He's been good on this target. And it's the target that seals the points. He was 2-0 behind in that game, Carl Wilkinson. But a flurry in the middle of the contest, got himself back into the game, and he gets the better of Keanu van Velzen in 7. That's a first defeat for the young Dutchman, and all of a sudden, it puts the cat amongst the pigeons in this group. Wilkinson wins 4-3. Coming up next, Richard McKe takes on Joshua Burksfield.
And welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where it's Group C action. And overnight, Keanu van Velzen was 5 wins out of 5. And the discussion before a dart was thrown is, can the unbeaten streak continue? Well, he was up against the favourite for the group yesterday, Carl Wilkinson, and it was an absolute belter of a game that went the distance. But Keanu van Velzen has lost his first game, and as discussed in the introduction to the programme there, now he mustn't panic, he mustn't worry. It was a real terrific performance in the end from Carl Wilkinson, but it does make this group tighten up once more. We said the potential be a twist in the tail.
First leg, Richard to throw first. Game on.
And that defeat for Van Velzen opens the door slightly for this man in your picture. Richard McKe was sat in second place overnight. He's already started with a win today. And a win over Joshua Burksfield, who we were slightly disappointed with in the first game, Henry. I think you used the term, he looked quite flat. Be interesting to get his perspective from that, but he needs to book up his ideas.
He certainly does, but this could well be a game of ins, outs, and the table may well be shaking all about, because if Richard McKe wins this, he's on 10 points, level with Keanu van Velzen at the top of the table. He opens up a temporary 4-point gap from Matt Clark and a 6-point gap from Huntley, Wilkinson and Burksfield. However, if Joshua Burksfield wins this, he moves on to 6, just 2 points behind Richard McKe. However, there is a big legs difference gap that he has to make up. But defeat here for Burksfield, and you'd probably say that it's game over for him in terms of qualifying through. He would be 6 points behind McKe and Van Velzen with 100. 6 points left to play for. Van Velzen and McKe are still to play on this Friday afternoon.
Yeah, it was a pretty routine victory for McKe against Burksfield yesterday, but it was at the time where
45.
Burksfield was showing signs of fatigue, started the day really well, and just sort of slipped off the radar. It's been roles reversal today. That first game was surprisingly flat.
84.
It hasn't been a great start so far here, but we've had some really good games already today.
Really good day's worth of action. So far, the lowest average has been Joshua Burksfield's 77.24 in the opening game against Matt Clark.
136.
The next lowest was 10 points high at 87. That's how good the standard's been. McKe looking for what would be a 6-ton plus checkout of this group.
Game shot.
6 of the very best from Richard McKe. And the 136 goes. And that is an instant statement of intent. 15 data, 1-0 to the Northern Irishman.
We talked an awful lot yesterday, Henry, about the fact that he was the one player when you had a century-plus finish, he was the one getting them. I wonder overnight if family and friends told him that was the case. Did he watch any of the games?
35.
But when them sort of good feel factors come in your mind and you see that 136, you just fancy that it's going to go.
He's somebody that's always struck me, Richard, as somebody that very much simplifies the game as much as possible.
Well, he's the player which is a commentator's nightmare, because he doesn't do anything away from Modus Super Series. You know, he's a chef by trade. We can't look at his Q School results, his Challenge Tour results. We can't look at anything on the WDF. He pretty much, you know, he does a little bit of ADC, of course.
60.
Back home. But he saves his best darts for that stage.
This is where he plies his trade. This is where he feels at home, and the PDC circuit maybe just isn't for him. It isn't for some players. As Burksfield piles in a 180. Joshua himself didn't play at Q School, doesn't play Challenge Tour. This is where he pitches his tent, shall I say.
100. Joshua require 146.
Options on the 146. Looking at the eye line, he's starting downstairs for another one of those. That would have left double 16 had the treble gone in, but he's in utter control of this second leg.
77.
That super finish from McKe.
69 left.
92. Joshua requires 69.
Burksfield to peg McKe back and to level up at 1 apiece. But he's missed the big number. And he's going to be hopeful that McKe cannot find a second ton plus checkout in as many legs.
It's a beautiful start for the 128. Incredible. What is it about these
108.
big finishes? We expected that double 10 to
Joshua, you
go to back
require
up the
32.
136. A reprieve for Burksfield.
He just looks likely, doesn't he, Richard McKe?
Game
Which made
shot
that
on the
must
second
hit,
leg.
and to Joshua Burkfield's
Burksfield.
credit, he does. 1-1.
Third leg, Richard
98.20 average for
Game
Richie
on.
at the moment. Over 91 for Burksfield as well. Quality's been good.
Well,
60.
Burksfield's upped it, but the problem he has is Richard McKe has done exactly the same. That first dart sat perfect. That was begging for a match on the very first dart.
180. $69.
Custom-made darts for Joshua Burksfield. He makes and manufactures his own. So the dream one day would be to
46.
work for one of the big manufacturing firms and possibly make some darts for them.
122.
Well, he certainly knows where the 180s are. He had 6 yesterday, topped the charts with the players. He's already had a couple in this game already. Now we see that dart. Looks for
60.
me more like a Merv King dart.
So they are a set of personally modified Red Dragon penetrators.
140.
Partner Vicky also plays county darts for Middlesex. It's very much a family thing for the Burksfields.
Yes, I mentioned to him, yes, I seen him yesterday.
45.
Why did the name William ring a bell with
Richard,
me?
you require
That was his
110.
granddad's brother. I thought, well, that's made me feel just a little bit older as McKe once again looks at a finish over the ton. Usually means one thing.
70.
Just over the top.
Joshua, you require 170.
If he hasn't hit the target, he has been very close. There hasn't been any wild attempts at the outer ring from Richard McKe today, and we're not going to see the big fish from Burksfield. So McKe, 3 more tops
84.
to re-establish the
Richard,
lead
you
in this
require
contest.
40.
He looks assured.
20. Joshua, you require 86.
Single leaves the bull. Chase the treble, just wanted to double check it was in the segment. Well, it doesn't need to double check
44.
that.
Yeah, he got away
Richard,
with
you
that second
require
dart there.
20.
And usually when that happens, the bullseye often goes. Is that too good? Does he need to move? That's the eye line. It looked
15.
ideal, didn't it, on that first picture there? But let me tell you, maybe
Joshua, you
that first
require
dart was just
42.
too good.
He hasn't hit every dart at a double, Richard McKe, but that last one was the first poor one he's thrown at a double. As Burksfield looks at double 16, looking to pinch the pocket of McKe once again.
10.
Since that's a big moment, a big chance has gone to
Richard,
beg
you
him there.
require
So McKe
5.
couldn't look, Henry. He was looking anywhere but the dartboard. But he's got another opportunity.
Game shot on the third leg.
It just felt like
Richard
this can't
McKe.
continue, can it?
It can.
Fourth leg, Joshua 2 for first. Game on.
Anyway, let's stop taking the mick. McKe 2-1 up.
$60.
Richard lost that leg. You would have thought that was very bad, McKe. Anyway, let's stop taking the mickey.
Please stop, Henry. You need your own material. Stop copying off everybody.
45.
You're the one who hit the line for Mick McCarthy in the first place. Anyway.
Looking good.
140.
It's an interesting league table as we're looking at now with those two players sat on 10 points. If McKe can see out the job here. Well, this is so much better from Burksfield. His average has dipped 10 points because of those missed opportunities that are doubling the previous leg.
58.
The problem is, yes, it's been better, but he's been constantly chasing. Even with that 140, he finds himself on the back foot on throwing this leg. A treble leads himself on the finish. 2 trebles would have put him in charge of the leg. First things first, has to get that said treble to leave himself on
60.
something. And failure to do so means that McKee's got 6 here to break the throw and go 2 clear, needing just 1 more for victory. Just looks
100.
so likely, Glenn.
He's left that range as well, hasn't he? For Burksfield, talked about the fact of his love affair with the maximums. He could have done with one there to leave him a double. Well, that wasn't in the plan.
$45. Richard, you require 108.
So 108 for the break. And he's going to get a look. A double 16.
76.
That would have been Tom Plus checkout number 7 of the group.
Joshua, you require 151.
Still sat pretty. It's going to take something special from Burksfield. And like I say, he's all over the place today. I'm surprised. He was my
81.
little dark horse for this Group
Richard,
C
you require
campaign.
32.
Just seems to be running away from him right now because McKe
Shot on
is
the
leading this
fourth
match
leg.
by 3
Richard
legs to
McKe.
1.
He's not leaving a stone unturned, is he? Break accrued. And now
Fifth
the
leg,
darts in
Richard
hand
for a
to
first.
seal a
Come
4-1
on.
win, which would put him level on points with Keanu van Velzen, who he plays in the next match. And all of a sudden, the pendulum in this group could swing. Because McKe wins this. Then all of a sudden, for the first time, Keanu van Velzen is under a bit of pressure to win a game. Because if he loses to Matt Clark, Clark could be on 8, and the 2 players on 10 points and then go head-to-head in the 3rd round worth of
100.
fixtures. The loser of that would suddenly become vulnerable.
And going back to the beginning of the show, I don't want to sort of say I told you so, but there was just something I felt there. And the last person you want to play
135.
on that is Matt Clark. The only good thing for Van Velzen is that Matt Clark's game 2 yesterday on the back of that big win and the first one. He was rubbish.
58.
You get the sense, though, we won't see that the same today.
Agree.
$82.
Well, Joshua Burksfield is probably beginning to see the beginning of the end here. Knew he had to win this game. Probably had to win it by a margin, to be perfectly honest with you, to give him a chance of staying
100.
in contention. But it looks like it's
Richard,
going to
you
be
require 156.
curtains for Joshua in his 2nd Super Series appearance. McKe 6 and 156 to wrap up a 4-1 win.
60.
Steady. Just going down to a potential 2-darter. I'm not sure how much fight and determination's in Burksfield at this moment. I think a lot of the players, Huntley, Burksfield, the missed opportunities yesterday could have been so different overnight.
49.
I don't think he showed the resilience that he
Richard, you
needed to
require
take
96.
this win.
Whereas Richard McKe took those chances yesterday, and he's running with things today. Couldn't quite find the double-double there, but he has got
56.
time on his side to wrap it up.
Yeah, it was a very conservative dart at the 18s, wasn't it? He's a good player. He's a proven winner. And he's looking very, very good now to join Van Velzen on 10 points.
41.
Well, Richie
Richard, you
McKe
require
looks as if he's a
40.
player that's got the Super Series secret. But has he got the points?
20.
3 match starts come and gone.
Joshua, you require 153.
I won't lie, I put my mic down. I was confident that was going to go. Almost written off the chances of Burksfield. I was about to say, prove me wrong, Joshua.
It's just not happened for him.
100.
It's not happened at all. And McKe
Richard,
can
you require 20.
put him out of his misery here. Double 10. Chasing 5s. And finding 5s.
Richard
And now
McKe.
finds himself very much in the box seat to qualify through to tomorrow night's finals. A 4-1 win over Joshua Burksfield puts him on to 10 points plus 4 by way of legs difference, and importantly, he has a 4-point gap between him and Matt Clark in third. McKe will take on Van Velzen in his next match. Van Velzen will take on Matt Clark in a couple of moments' time.
And welcome back to the Modus Super Series, live and free on Pluto TV. And Group C has just got a little bit more interesting, because as we mentioned earlier, overnight it looked like a one-man band with Keanu van Velzen in your picture throwing his darts with a 4-point advantage over the field. But there was always that concern because he was opening up against Carl Wilkinson. And if he lost that game and Richie McKe could win his couple of games, then he would be joined on 10 points by another player. And that's exactly how it's panned out today. And Henry Deacon, I just see this one as the game of the day so far, in a sense 41. That Keanu van Velzen won't want to lose this one, because maybe just a little bit of panic will set in from him, because his next game after this one is Richie McKe. 100. How do you see it?
Well, if you're Richard McKe, you may well be suffering from a bit of Stockholm syndrome, because you probably want Keanu van Velzen to win this game, because there'd be a 4-point gap between McKe and Clark come the end of this round of fixed, and then you want to beat van Velzen in 85. The next, and then that should make things rather academic as far as the two qualifiers is concerned. But if you're Matt Clark, this is it. This is the running where he really has to make hay while the sun shines. But van Velzen, who lost out 4-3 in a nip and tuck game against Carl Wilkinson to kick his day off. I think we'll have a bit of a point to prove. And in their meetings in Group A, there was one or two occasions
82.
where there was a little bit of friction between this pair. And it's fair to say that the temperature here has risen to boiling point on the stage.
Well, they say
41.
opposites attract. You've got a clash of personalities, a clash of styles, a clash of absolutely everything on there, but there was nothing to separate them yesterday. It was a really good game, a tight game that went the distance 4-3, but it was just Van Velzen over there, and he certainly let us know how important it was with that victory
100.
yesterday, because it was a real royal fist pump at the end of that game. What he'd give for a 4-3 victory here.
Margins of victories are irrelevant for Keanu van Velzen. It's just winning matches.
I think it's an interesting dynamic that you've just said there as well, Henry, the fact that McKe, so in other words, the consideration is not about topping Group C, it's just getting through to Saturday night, isn't it? I mean, the priority of Richard McKe, and the fact that you said he's probably hoping Van Velzen wins this game, that's telling me that he ain't bothered
99.
about winning Group C. It's just about them two
You
pulling
only
away.
require 120.
Okay, you win an extra few quid for winning Group C, but you win 5k if you win tomorrow night.
60.
Pocket change to you, Henry.
Matt, you require 94.
Wouldn't take a pay cut. Anyway, Clark 94.
Very old school. There's the option of starting on the bullseye. Very rarely do we see that now. Players trust themselves that they can hit a treble with 2 darts. Not to be here for Clark. Early opportunity for Van Velzen and an early opportunity
62.
for a breaker throw.
Keanu, you require 60.
We mentioned earlier, these were the types of opportunities that Keanu van Velzen was gobbling up yesterday. These types of combinations.
Game
He
showing
takes
the
a
first
60,
leg.
no problem.
Keanu van Velzen.
Break accrued, 1-0 Van Velzen.
Second leg, Keanu to Faro first.
And you
Game on.
you can look at all the skills and abilities in the world, Henry, and you know there's no doubt that there's a very talented young player there. But the kind of things I'm looking for, you know, certainly in the mid-term and longer term, is
100.
that type of finish. He's up against it right now for the first time in this group. So he's on the back of his first defeat. He's got his opponent sat on a double, and you've got that finish of 60. He does it in 2 darts. That's a great sign.
40.
But you look at the Masters last night, and Chris Mason and Wayne Mardle on commentary for James Wade's game against Madars Razma. And you look at someone like Wadey, who has spent a career, maybe not the biggest scorer,
75.
but somebody, when they're in and around a certain range, just look likely to convert. And sometimes in games, particularly in this type of format, it's those haymakers that are the big, big shifters, the big swings in contests.
57.
Yes, another big night of World Masters darts tonight as well. Some top players and some excellent matchups.
Well, have a little listen to this. Martin Schindler taking on
41.
Luke Woodhouse. We spoke yesterday. I think Woodhouse is about to pop in 2026. Ross Smith against Jimmy Van Schie. We don't know what type of form Ross Smith's in. Jimmy, very much on the crest of a wave, Lakeside champion, and now winning his tour card.
60.
Danny Noppert, Darryl Gurney on paper looks very tight. Ryan Searle, Rob Cross, Josh Rock, Connor Scott, I think could be game of the evening. Luke Littler against Mike DeDecker. Luke Humphreys up against Dave Chisnell. And I've got a
45.
sneaky suspicion Jeffrey de Graaf and Stephen Bunting could be a bit of a humdinger. Jeffrey played well on the qualifier.
Yeah, you fancy De Graaf to beat Bunting. I think Stephen's got a point to prove as well. I think no interest in there from Van Velzen, just calming himself down. He's had a little old head on young shoulders.
100.
Following in his brother's footsteps.
What was your favourite moment of Marvin Van Velzen here? Was it the winning dart? Was it the Barmy Army? The Marvin Army?
140. Keanu, you require 140.
We'll come to that in just a second. Van Velzen 140, another one of them. Unable to get, so Clark looking
100.
at 64, and that was very close to busting for Van Velzen.
Matt, you
He has
require
this
64.
unique backswing there, and let me tell you, he didn't bring that arm back whatsoever. Got away with one. Will it still be punished though? Clark's going to get a dart at a double. It's double 16. Looks the ideal marker.
Game
That
shot
is
in
what
the
he's built
second
his
leg.
reputation on for a
Matlock.
long, long time. For a few decades now. 1 dart at a
Third
double.
leg,
You
Matt
think you're in the
to
game
Faro
with Clark.
first. Game on.
He's looking good today, is Matt Clark.
It's one of those matches where the scoring phases may be somewhat of an irrelevance because both players, when given an opportunity at the back end of a leg, you feel like are likely to convert. But go back to your previous comments and your
45.
Your previous statement in terms of Marvin van Velzen. As great as his series win was, and it was a really good night here. But that first weekly win, he completed
58.
the full ticket, didn't he? 9 data in the Group B. He was involved in some temperamental and tumultuous games. His meeting with Conan Whitehead got a little bit feisty at times, and Conan Whitehead isn't a man that you would mess with at the best of times. And that felt like somewhat of a watershed moment for Marvin when he won that. And then, as you say, would go on to win the Champions Week, played at the Globals. And now in his second year as a PDC Tour card holder.
Yes, we were talking about the Championship football going into Premiership yesterday, weren't we? And that gulf there. It is hard going into that professional tour, I won't lie, but a term you use there, you're on the crest of a wave, and that's why Jimmy Van Schie and players like that who are playing well, they're winning games early doors, and it feels like free money, the World Masters, for them type of players. McKe looked good against Nathan Aspinall last night. So we've got Jimmy as well. Connor Scott, you feel, is another player who's now in that second year where we feel like he's ready to really kick on as well.
I think Shane McGurk got taught the difference in the levels, didn't he, yesterday against Nathan Aspinall, where at this level he probably would have got away with 1 or 2 opportunities, but Nathan just tore him to bits, didn't he?
Well, he did, and what was impressive about Aspinall is when McGurk won that first set, his reaction, little fist pump,
160.
was a good sign for him. It's been a good sign for Matt Clark already today. He's won his opening game. This one is looking really tight here with the top of the table, Van Velzen. Nothing in do on this 160, but a treble 20 would leave a 2 data. Chance here for I'll keep going for say Marvin.
Keanu require 114.
114 for Keanu van Velzen. Triple 18, unable to get, and so Clark is going to return for the ton.
54. Matt, you require
and this
100.
is the safe throw, and Van Velzen looking for the same 60 combination he found in the first leg if this isn't converted.
Yeah, he's not really a tops player, you feel, Matt Clark, but plan A will be the treble 20. What's plan B? It is tops. How wrong could I be? Oh, get in there. That's a perler. An absolute beauty from Matt Clark.
Fourth leg, Keanu to throw first. Game on.
Well, that will hit Van Velzen hard. And everything that's gone right on Thursday is beginning to go wrong on Friday 57. Here for Keanu. Clark 2-1 to the good. Loses this, Van Velzen. All of a sudden, the table looks 10-10-8. The winner of Huntley and Wilkinson will be on 6. But you get the sense it would be a 3-horse fight for 2 spots through to Saturday's final through this Group C.
Odds on overnight to win this group was Van Velzen, but we did warn you.
140.
But he has got 2 games I think he'll comfortably win to finish the day.
8-15 with the odds compilers. If you want odds on Matt Clark, he was 10-1 to win this group before dart was thrown.
140.
No, I didn't expect this of Matt. I've expected it yesterday. I said it was an excellent prize to get through the group, but what I saw of him yesterday. But as you mentioned, you were talking to him, he hasn't been feeling physically 100%. I tell you what, he looks great today. I mean, the averages is irrelevant when it comes to Matt Clark because it's when you're playing him, you're never going to produce your greatest ever average against Matt because you're barely at the dartboard.
57.
He will dominate. Even getting the darts out there, you're waiting nearly 30 seconds.
134.
Excellent setup.
Matt, you require 164.
Leaves himself on a double after 12, unless Matt Clark could pull this out of the fire.
Wow. Well.
139.
What a fabulous effort.
Well, he was licking his lips over that prospect, wasn't he?
Keanu require 36.
Keanu van Velzen's heart would have been in his mouth for a second, but he has an opportunity to square up at 2 apiece. Tricky little switch. And that's why.
No score. Matt, you require 25.
A sublime 100 finish with 2 darted tops for Matt Clark in leg 2. A wonderful, wonderful effort on the 164 finish there.
No score.
And now he's bust. Wow.
This is a gift for Keanu van Velzen. Make no bones
Keanu
about that.
36.
He made a mess of this in his previous turn. And actually, because he put the single 1 wide, he has to go back to 36.
Can you believe that? The experience of Matt Clark? He's not coming back. He
27.
Is. What a leg of darts this is.
Well, this is a massive passage in play, not just in this game, but in the context of this group. Keanu van Velzen had an opportunity to level up at 2-2, multiple opportunities. Matt Clark changing the MO, and that was close to busting on the treble 17. But double 4 to break the throw and now have the darts to win this contest. It would mean that Matt Clark would go 2 from 2 if he can convert from here in the wins column. But perhaps more poignantly, it would mean that Keanu van Velzen would be 2 defeats from 2 to kick off Friday.
Feeling the heat as well. Twist in the tail was the hashtag we offered. We have got a Group C now where
60.
We are none the wiser. Maybe Richie McKe is the one sat there just thinking, what's the issue? What's the problem? He's just calmly got on with the situation. We felt that the timetable of events yesterday wasn't ideal for McKe. Roles reversal today.
59.
He's got in early. 2 wins after the first 4 games. He's sat pretty now. The game to come between McKe and Van Velzen Henry is going to be massive.
Well, Matt Clark hasn't been here for a couple of years, but now he's thrust in this scenario. Feel as if he's never been away, and his experience of winning 3 weekly titles really does come to fruition now, doesn't it?
He's doing well on the WDF circuit. He's winning game after game on the... I would have just threw. Even if you let the bogey number, I'd have just threw at them darts. They were perfectly placed. But that's when your mind goes blank. You're thinking, what do I need? What should I be doing?
140.
It ruins our presentation of a brand new feature called the Treble 18 Zoom. It was fun, however, we didn't get the opportunity to fully utilise it. But Matt Clark is fully utilising the
100.
opportunity afforded to him here. 76 left after 12.
What is it about that 76 finish today, Henry? And the way he's played,
89.
You have to fancy this.
Matt, you require 76.
Should get at least a dart for the match. He's going to get the bonus of 2 at double 8. Double 4 to seal a 4-1 win.
68.
I don't know about you, Henry, but when that treble 20 went in, you have to fancy that.
116.
He's looked the best player of this Friday afternoon session here at the Modus Super Series in this fascinating Group C, because this 116 has to go. This is a player that was unbeaten yesterday, but he's on the ropes today and cannot find
56.
that haymaker that he needed.
Matt, you
Well,
require
what a difference
8.
a day makes. Keanu van Velzen hardly looked troubled on Thursday, but he's been given some Friday frights.
Game
And
shot
it's a
and the
3-horse
match,
race now
Matt Clark.
for 2 spots through to Saturday night through this Group C. Matt Clark gets the better of Keanu van Velzen by 4 legs to 1, and he is very much in the picture. There's the turn of the tape. 2 defeats from 2 to kick things off for Keanu van Velzen. Matt Clark 2 wins from 2 to start his Friday. Coming up next, Michael Huntley takes on Carl Wilkinson.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And what a fascinating Group C campaign that we're having today. It really is. At the beginning of the show, we did sort of suggest the fact that the unbeaten player of yesterday, Keanu van Velzen, wasn't guaranteed of qualification based on the type of players he was opening up against. And the man taking his darts out there really did a number on him in his first game. And if you were with us just before the break, you will see the fact that Keanu van Velzen has now lost his second game. But more importantly, I'm delighted to say that Henry Deacon has left the comms box, 60. Which is wonderful news for me. I'm delighted that we've got a guest commentator. And ladies and gentlemen, a big welcome to Trent Hudson.
I'm delighted to be joined by you, Glenn, as well. And just as you alluded to there, it shows how much things can change overnight. Keanu van Velzen, I couldn't believe his look yesterday. 5 wins from 5, sitting pretty at the top of that Group C table. Comes into today. Did he come in with a little bit of complacency? Who knows? But he's lost his first 2 group games, and it swings that pendulum open for all the players below. No more so than Michael Huntley and Carl Wilkinson here will both need to take a victory to really throw themselves into the conversation of getting into finals night.
Do you know, I don't think it was complacency based on the fact that I was watching him and his preparation was excellent. Like a lot of the young players do, Trent, he had his music in his ears, he was on the practice board. I just think Carl Wilkinson was excellent. And once again, that's what Carl Wilkinson did do, because Carl Wilkinson was the heavy favourite to win this group before a dart was grown in Group C, an England international. And I just felt in that previous game there, Matt Clark has been terrific today. So work to do for Van Velzen, but it's all about Carl Wilkinson at the moment, potentially 11 darter.
Yeah, good chance to wrap up the first leg here against the darts. Just on the outside of the 12 and takes it. Nice and composed on the outer ring in the first leg for Carl Wilkinson to take the opening leg. That was a good second dart after that marker there, Glenn.
Yeah, he's a terrific player. I've known Carl Trent for a good decade now. And I said yesterday, it reminds me of the Justin Hood story. And I said there's a Carl Wilkinson, a Justin Hood. And what I mean by that is players who don't often travel, maybe just do county darts. And, you know, he decided to do a bit more travel and won some real good competitions on the WDF circuit. Won a week here to put him in Champions Week in the previous series. Carl Wilkinson is one of them, and he didn't care about reputations. You know, that pure Yorkshire grit. 100. And he'd have gone away really disappointed yesterday, but if he goes through the card today, wins 5 out of 5, gets him to 12 points, who knows?
I love the fact that you mentioned and name drop Justin Hood there, because it's an excuse to talk about him. What a character Justin Hood is. Everybody fell in love with him during that 2025 World Championship. Well, 2026, sorry, just in December there. What a character up on stage and having such a great run as well.
And he was on that stage, you know, last year as well. You know, this Modus Super Series now a platform for many amateur players, Trent, to apply their trade 82. And then move on to the bigger picture of being a professional dart player. Carl Wilkinson himself had time on the professional circuit, and he'd be thinking in his mind, he scratched his head a couple of times today, Trent, because I'm thinking, he's thinking, where were these darts yesterday?
Just a little bit of a shake of the head there from Michael Huntley as he walked away from the board.
99. Carl, you require 70.
Carl Wilkinson has a chance to check out the 70 here for a 2-leg lead at the start of proceedings here. For the double 16.
38.
Just outside, so
Michael,
Shanghai on the 20s needed for Huntley to draw us level in this one. And he will get the chance at tops.
100.
He just goes under. Now bitingly close from Huntley there, who had the better of 32. Carl Wilkinson in yesterday's match, winning 4-2. But at the moment, it's Wilkinson that's making the strides to win this one.
16.
Well, that's something you don't expect from Wilkinson, because give him a dart or a double, and he's good as anybody 20. In this week's campaign. You can see the frustration there. Huntley getting opportunities that he wasn't getting yesterday. Couldn't take him in his opening game today. This has to go.
Things just getting a little bit sloppy at the end of this leg. No player able to be clinical enough to take it out.
Requires 16.
And Carl Wilkinson won't believe he's literally stepping back up the board to take another leg away from Huntley here. And yet again, he squanders the chance. A real messy end to this second leg, Glenn.
1 from 9 on the doubles for Carl Wilkinson, yet he was still averaging 98
Michael,
going
you
into
require
those 3
20.
darts. A real average buster, this one. And another opportunity for Huntley, who himself is 0 from 4 on the outer ring.
His 5th dart. Wayward, he'll have to head up to the 5s.
15.
He goes inside. It's an awkward dart from Huntley.
Carl,
He didn't have darts in the first leg. He's had 7 in this to make it all square.
Nobody wants it.
4.
Absolutely incredible.
24 darts now from Wilkinson. 21 for Huntley. He has 5, so he's got a split here. And eventually, Michael Huntley wraps up the second leg. He will not believe that he's just drew that level.
Third leg, Michael 2 for first.
Sloppy from both players, but eventually Huntley gets the job done.
Well, Carl Wilkinson having a word with Richie Burnett's speaker there. That's how frustrated he was. Because things were going so well, he was truly magnificent in that second game of the day against Keanu van Velzen. He was brilliant in that opening leg against Mike Huntley. He was cruising in the second leg.
100.
For 11 missed darts at a double for the Yorkshireman. But the one thing in darts, I'd have to say, Trent, is that you have to reset. You have to focus. Now it's the strength of the mind, the mindset. Forget the averages now. We live in a world of statistics at darts. Now it's purely about the 2 points.
I was just about to say, Glenn, how key is it to just lock back in after you've had a leg where you've missed so many
100.
darts at double and the mind's maybe gone a little bit? How hard is it to just switch straight back in on a level scoreboard at 1-1 and lock back in to try and put yourself ahead again?
There's one key
60.
attribute for me, and that's experience. And Carl Wilkinson fits that criteria. He'll have been before. He'll have played games where he's missed darts at a double. That's affected him. And that experience of being there. I'm a huge believer in lessons learned. You know, so he's missed all them darts at a double. What I would say is when you get an opportunity next time, so it can be as easy as you want to. That's the strength of the mind.
48.
Only 48 from Wilkinson there. So Huntley could put some real pressure on in this third leg with a couple of those triple 20s.
Yeah, the trials and tribulations, the ups and the downs. It's been a real roller coaster ride. It has for Mike Huntley in this group.
121.
I know he's incredibly disappointed overnight, Trent. The fact that he had a couple of games where he lost 4-3 games he should have won.
138. Michael, you require 138.
Michael felt maybe a bit unlucky in that first game, going so close against Richard McKe. And in 4-3 in the end,
98.
a real close contest. We've had a few of those today.
170.
Why don't you call in your first big fish?
Oh, he just nicked on the inside of the triple 1.
79.
The wrong side of that wire.
Michael, you require 40.
Well, it's been a game of double trouble. But not in this leg. That's the beauty of this game. From the sublime to the ridiculous.
Fourth leg, Carl to
a lot more composed there from Huntley, just wrapping that leg up in a lot swifter fashion than the last one. On the tops
100.
there. Just the 1 on 12 so far from Wilkinson on the outer ring.
100.
I'll tell you what, he's got away with one there. Maybe for the first time, Mike Huntley. But every single time I've seen him on this stage, there's been some sort of story. Now, you asked me the question, how does a player reset? Well, I don't think Carl Wilkinson did in the next leg. Maybe now it's all just gone out the mind. He's back to business right now, and that 180 gives him the ascendancy in this crucial fourth leg for him.
He knows that victory is needed here. Well, for both players, if they're going to have any chance of getting themselves in that top 2 of Group C, returning tomorrow. Still very much in the balance here. And as you mentioned, Glenn, Wilkinson just seems he's found that stride again 100. Here in the fourth leg.
Carl, you require
161. Huntley's now looking more assured. But it's 6 darts in this 161. We talk about the experience. How does the strategy that Wilkinson has used? He's not there for the histrionics. He's not there for the 161. He's just there to win this leg.
Of course, he's got 6 darts at this now.
105. Carl, you require 32.
Be a very neat 13-dart leg if he could take this out, and he does. First time.
Carl Wilkinson.
Powerful dart. And a big one there as well, right in the middle of this match.
Leg, Michael 2 for first.
Carl Wilkinson went through the gears in that leg there and draws things level. It's now on the Huntley throw, but just brushes off any gremlins out of the system from that leg from a couple of legs ago.
Yeah, tidy game, but it's my turn to ask you a question now, Trent. Your first time here at the Live Lounge. I know you're a fan of the Modus Super Series. I remember you telling me
45.
once in Skegness. So what's it like now you're here?
It's amazing. It's so good to see how fast-paced these games are as well. And just as we alluded to at the start of today's action, I think it shows how quickly things can change. You can never get too high or too low in these groups, because just the one game and another result going your way can completely change the complexion of the day. And I think that's the exciting thing for not only the players
66.
that are out on the stage, but also for the fans watching either here on the Saturday nights or across the world as well.
And your perspective why the players love that stage? Did you have a little walk? Did you have a little 3 darts at the board? Or
55.
Your thoughts on the amenities for the players here?
It's an absolutely lovely venue. I've not had 3 darts at the board yet. I've probably saved people around me watching that with my 46 average.
41.
But I'm definitely going to go down and have a little look at it. But it's such a nicely compact arena. And such great darts on display as well. As Huntley, a beautifully timed 180.
I tell you what, despite all those missed darts at a double, Trent, the averages are very, very respectable.
100. Michael, you require 81.
Triple 19 here then. And he gets it first time. Across he goes to the 6. Huntley's just having a second look at that one.
It's not in, Mike. We can confirm it's not in.
He's just going to step back and compose himself a little here. And he took that time and he used it wisely.
Huntley.
We often see players sometimes do that. Just take a step back, take a breather.
6 flag, Carl to
and Huntley steps right back up and pins it. Seen it a lot from Keanu van Velzen recently on the Pro Tour, haven't we? And then big majors, just taking his time for the ghost throw.
I call it the Rob Cross. I call it just that. You used the word reset earlier. And sometimes it can affect your rhythm. And as a commentator, you'll say, why did they stop? But I think it takes away that little bit of anxiety in your throw as well. It's a bit like you can take the steam out, have a little smile at it. And it's certainly worked for Huntley here. But again, this has been a good game. But for Wilkinson, he had to be immaculate today. And incredibly, it could be the greatest leg when you look at absolute perfection and precision.
And he's 6 darts into the perfect 9.
81.
What a massive moment this would be for Carl Wilkinson. He's in. And he's gone into the wrong side.
Wow.
Gutted for Wilkinson.
I'm gutted for you. It could have been on debut there. We could have had a 9-darter.
Smile
89.
for Wilkinson nonetheless, who's left this leg very handy at 52. A nice bit of appreciation there from Michael Huntley as well. But I thought we were going to see a 9 there, Glenn. Gutted.
I must admit, I've seen you sit up on your seat there. That would have been a story in itself, but that's what Wilkinson can do. But also the camaraderie. Did you see the respect between the pair? And that's what the Modus Super Series is all about. But in the end, it's about business. And this to go level, that's a little bit closer to the treble 20. Maybe just the afterthought to that missed dart, the 9-darter there. But it's double 16 to go the distance.
20.
Well, of course, you always want to get it at the first time of asking, but Wilkinson will have time here. Huntley way back on 225. So he'll step back up with 3 darts in hand. Won't want to go on the inside
43.
of it,
Carl, you
plenty
require
of time
32.
on the side here for Wilkinson. The adrenaline can still be kicking in when you've missed that attempt at the 9-darter there, but I think justify this game should have gone the distance, has gone the distance. But it's Huntley with the darts. And just a reminder for me, Wilkinson has to go through the card today. So a massive leg of darts pending.
Well, a 14-darter there from Carl Wilkinson to set up the decider. And as Glenn alluded to there, it's a game that deserves a deciding leg. 3-3 in a race to 4. And in the race for the top 2 as well. Both players desperate
87.
for the victory.
And when you are desperate for the victory, Trent, then there's the element of managing that. You don't want to try too hard because that's when that anxiety can sort of kick in there. So you're looking at the language, the body language, the demeanour, both look incredibly focused. Both are smashing in that dart at the treble 20. We are going down to the wire.
Yeah, I just want to try and move away from them trebleless visits in the final leg. Be so good for the mental if you can see that dart go into the treble at the first time of asking. And a big 140 there from Huntley.
And I think when it goes to 3 each, let me tell you, the other 4 players in this group will be watching this game in the players' area.
Such a big game at Prospect up after this one too.
60.
Maybe not enough from Huntley there. But Wilkinson will want to pile that pressure on. Needs to find a treble.
58.
Doesn't. Goes across to the 18s.
Yeah, good point. Those trebleless visits, Trent. And what an opportunity now for Mike Huntley. And for the first time we can say in this game, it's for the match. Plan A doesn't work. May go down with a bullseye with the last dart.
60.
An interesting decision there to leave that 85.
160.
Are we going to see something special from Wilkinson?
Well, it's on. And I've jinxed it just before.
85.
A chance at the triple 15 tops here, you suspect, from
85.
Michael Huntley to wrap this one up.
Yeah, crucially, what a dart that is.
And Huntley keep himself in the conversation of the top 2. Takes it out first time.
Michael Huntley.
A massive, massive win for Michael Huntley. Rounds off a 4-3 victory over Carl Wilkinson. A game played in very good spirits. But it's Michael Huntley that gets over the line for the second time in a row against Carl Wilkinson in back-to-back days. Very tight on the averages. There was one little close leg in there as they both missed the outer ring, but in the end, Huntley won't mind. 4-3, and it sets up a cracker next time out. Keanu van Velzen against Richard McKe.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, and look at that, because overnight it looked like it was one-way traffic, but we have got a serious competition on, and that's based on the fact that Matt Clark has been terrific today, and Richard McKee's won both of his games, and Keanu van Velzen, he's played his 2 games and lost them both as well, and that equates to a very tight Group C. All players have got 3 more games to go. But what an interesting day it's been. We did sort of give you that warning that it wasn't going to be as comfortable, but this was the game that really stood out. It's first against second, and Henry Deacon, what I would say to you is the winner of this one will be dipping their toes into qualification.
Hello again, Glenn. Yes, a big game between this pair. The winner will feel as if they've got a footnote into Saturday night. The loser will be precariously looking over their shoulders.
First leg,
Clark
Keanu to throw
Carl
first.
Wilkes will go
Game on.
head-to-head in Game 9 for Clark. That's must-win territory. The winner of this will effectively put themselves on the hill. They won't automatically be qualified, but they'd have an opportunity to do exactly that in their next. The loser will find themselves in a perilous position, particularly if your name is Richard McKe, because if he loses this game, he finds himself chasing the tail a little bit, and he takes on Matt Clark in the final game of the session. It could all come down to that. It could be academic. We don't quite know yet.
Well, Henry, he averaged 98.29 yesterday, McKe, in this game, and lost by 4 legs to 2. That was the type of form that Van Velzen was in yesterday. Now, I'm looking at the progression of this young man. And now
60.
questions are being asked about him, because overnight we were waxing lyrical about him. Now, and I wouldn't be panicking too much. I really fancy him to win his last couple of games anyway. But this is all part of the process.
81.
This is all part of the learning. And if you can get through this game with McKe, you can just look up to us in the comms box and say, what was your problem?
Well, for the first time, there's been a bit of vulnerability about Keanu van Velzen in this group. And the fact he's had a little bit of a break from his last game to this one, we had a long 4-3 game after Van Velzen lost 4-1 to Matt Clark. He's given a bit of time to recompose himself. And he certainly got off the quicker of the 2 here.
36.
He cannot find double 16, but he has got time to take out the opening leg.
$100.
Well, here we go. It has been
Keanu
a lovely start.
32.
15 darts thrown to leave his beloved double 16. He's gone through that process. It's quite unique. It's quite quirky. But the execution of the double 16.
No score.
Harsh, unlucky.
Richie,
Well,
you
3
require
thrown darts
116.
there. But the double bubble here, Henry, is this could go.
Well, if anyone's looked like you take these types of finishes out, it has been Richard McKe. He's taken 6 of them out over the course of this group, but he's not going to add a 7th. However, he's left himself on a double if Van Velzen fails to convert 3
Johnny
more
requires
attempts at double
32.
16 and derivatives. But they're not poorly thrown darts. They're just not finding the target. And now double 8's rather obscured.
16.
And now Richard McKe has an opportunity
requires
to
16.
steal this opening leg.
Henry, that goes yesterday. And if this goes, Van Velzen's got real problems.
8.
What an opportunity. It has been labelled as the heavyweight clash.
Keanu
And
requires
sometimes it
16.
can flatter to DC because both players have thrown 21 darts. And we've still not seen out this first leg. Nerves are on that stage. Will there be any more dramas?
No
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Richie,
10
require
darts missed for Keanu van Velzen to win this opening leg.
Game
And
shown on
Richard
the first
McKe
leg.
pinched his pocket,
Richard
and a
McKe.
letter-spotted celebration there from Richard.
Second leg, Richard to throw first. Game
Question.
on.
Is that because of a frustrating leg, or is it the fact that he saw a little bit of a weakness when he does get a bit, when there's a bit more angst on that stage
60.
with Van Velzen? Because it's not his style, is it, to celebrate?
I get the sense more than anything it was to wake him up. But the problem is it could wake his opponent up at the same time.
98.
You mentioned tension, you mentioned nerves. Now, for a lot of players playing in this, they'll see this as another tournament amidst a long grind of a season. However, for these two, we mentioned it earlier, they kind of pitched their tent in terms of playing here, this being
100.
their priority for the season. So it is going to mean a bit more to these two. I'm not saying it doesn't mean anything to any other players, of course it does, but This is their sole primary focus. And because of it,
97.
Success in this tournament is measured more than perhaps it is for other players, which is why maybe we may see a bit more of a nervy contest in comparison to maybe a top two between players that ply their trade on the Challenge Tour and other affiliate tours.
Do you want
to work an edge race, Glenn?
Do you know what? That's the best answer you've ever give. You could be a commentator one day. Tell you what, stick with me, kid. You can go to the top.
60. Keanu, you require 167.
Been a while since you've been at the top, Glenn. 167 off the cards. What can McKe make of the 141?
60.
Interesting as well,
Richie,
Henry, that I'm
require
picking up is that
141.
when he's missing Van Velzen, he's going underneath the treble. That's a little indicator as well. That is a little bit of tension in the arm.
60.
That tension is often relieved with the fact that he sort of bends over and touches that right foot just to get that adrenaline pumping into the body. He needs something right now. Could be a happy accident.
95. Richard, you require 81.
Oh, forget about his right foot. He might find himself on the back foot here. McKe looking at 12 for the bull. Treble leads double 13. Well, he's chased the treble and he's paid the price for it. Van Velzen's going to return for 3 more at double 6.
And this is not very convincing, and also my mind's going here that these are two potential players
41.
on a Saturday night, because this feels like a Saturday night match, a
Johnny,
bit like a
require
round
12.
robin and knockout game, and neither are delivering right now. Both seem a little bit nervy, a little bit fidgety. You don't have a lot of confidence that these doubles are going to go in, but that's his best start.
Second leg. Keanu van Velzen.
And maybe he heard me that he didn't have confidence in the doubles going in.
Third leg.
But
Keanu
16 darts at a double between them in this game. And
Game
only
on.
2 hits so far. Game on.
Well, those targets central to the board. If you can miss it on the wire, it does help, because you can just throw it straight down the pipe, and that's exactly what Keanu van Velzen's done there.
140.
And all of a sudden, it's injected a bit of confidence in the young man.
And I think the confidence is stemming the fact that McKe is having an absolute nightmare. He's so solid of a play. You pretty much write down
100.
Richard McKe, 90 average. Can you beat it? That's the way I sense his game right now. But he's 20 points, 15 to 20 points off where I expect him to be in this
57.
game. And I think Van Velzen's picking up on that.
And it's not because he's missed a bucket load of doubles either. He's only had 4 attempts at the outer ring in this game. His scoring has been uncharacteristically off.
180.
Scratch that!
Can we edit that, please, and put a Henry Deacon-ism? It's good, though, isn't it? The commentator's curse, isn't it? I mean, it's...
Oh. I'm a 10-time world champion of that.
40.
If only you'd have said it there. You'd have looked really good there, Henry.
59.
The best one has to be Wayne Marden when he was saying Peter Wright has never grouped the darts so well in his career whilst putting one into the single one.
Yeah, one of the greats is when he said, this is going to go, isn't it?
65.
Something crazy like a 167.
Keanu, you require 164.
Where's the 164 going to go, Glenn?
Well, I haven't been a medium since 1977, so that thing I don't know. I don't feel like it doesn't has that sense of a game where we're going to see something spectacular. Honestly, I don't think it's going to go.
139.
And you were right.
Richard, you
Very,
require
very
116.
I was praying that was going to go in.
However, this is very much in Richard's wheelhouse. The 116 goes
60.
a begging. Van Velzen back for 25. It's been these types of combos that
Johnny
yesterday were
require
going. Today has been a
25.
bit more troublesome.
Yeah, 1 from 13 on the doubles. He seems to have his mojo back just a little bit. But you can see there's an awful lot of body. You can see the sharp and take a breath. Doesn't look comfortable, but he
Game
gets there
on the
in the
third
end.
leg.
He is
Keanu
fighting,
van
he is
Velzen.
scrapping. And he's shown all the resilience that you need to be
Fourth leg,
against the
Richard
super
to
smooth,
first. Game
super
on.
calm McKe.
Interesting there, he's had problems on 16s and 8s, and so with 25 left, he decided to hit the 13 to go for double 6, a target that's given him some
119.
joy. He's very reactive as to things that are happening on the stage. If one target isn't working, another one is. He's not afraid to change the MO.
Yeah, that's a really good point, because dart players can be very
57.
stubborn. And when you see 25, you think 9-8, 1-12 as a dart player. So I think that's a good point, the fact that he's resonated, the fact that he's already hit double 6.
77.
This is so uncharacteristic of McKe, isn't it? This is disappointing.
As you mentioned, McKe has got, I suppose, a little bit of a get-out-of-jail-free card because he plays Matt Clark right at the very end. However, you don't really want a sense of a playoff right at the very end of the session because effectively that will be a knockout game for the pair if Van Velzen was to win this and the current trend of results were to continue.
99.
I mean, how does Richie win this? I mean, what is McKe? What is the secret?
That is terrible.
100.
That was a really good dart. I think you've been a little bit harsh there. The fact of winning the treble 20. It's looking good for 2-2. Joking aside.
Oh, that was a joke, was it?
Richard, you require
okay, anyway,
106.
106. Dual 18, he's double 16. Oh, bends the wire. And how many times
58
has he missed a target? We mentioned it a couple of times today. But when he's missed a target, it's been very close to where he's wanted it to have gone.
Yeah, he seems to be getting better as the game is going on. He's put 8 points on his average since the last time I looked when
43.
was that plethora of missed darts at a double. This for 2-2. It hasn't been pretty this game. You can understand why. Well, what's on offer? The winner of this game goes top of the table.
16.
Well, luckily for McKe, he's got time on side to square up.
Is there a possibility of Matt Clark coming
49.
through the pack?
Matt Clark's going to love every
32.
single thing that's happening in this game because he's seeing two fellas that are his main competition in absolute Shredsville right now. McKe was up at 2-2, but this is not convincing at all from either of them. And we spoke about his experience, his pedigree here, Matt Clark. He will sense signs of weakness and vulnerability in both of these players. And when he gets the chance against Carl Wilkinson, he will look to exploit it.
140.
Yeah, fair play to Van Velzen there. He's up against it right now, but with the darts. Start with a couple of trebles.
70.
But this is a really good leg. He's been up against it here, Van Velzen, but he's managed to find a couple of 140s to force the issue of his opponent.
57.
Trying to make him buckle, and perhaps there's signs that that's happening.
You have to say, where's this come from?
91.
Good decision making there. Poor execution with the dart of the bullseye.
He's himself on a finish
81.
after 9, and he's got all the time that he could possibly want. Doesn't have to attack it. That's why he moves across to the 18s.
98.
And then manages to find with the last that even self on 32 after 12. What a leg this is, Glenn. On throw in a game which, up until this point, has been very, very scrappy.
95.
You learn more about yourself in these types of games
32.
than you would with a routine 4-0 victory. He's been up against, but he's finding ways to win.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
That's a real delight. Under the circumstances, a 13-darter. A real good moment for Van.
Sixth leg,
He's so likeable.
Game on.
He's a very likeable player. I think over the next 3 or 4 years, you know, we're going to see a real mature Van Velzen coming. Who knows 60. Where he's going to go with his game.
Well, this is good news for the KVV Ultras.
121.
Because their man, with a win here, will move full clear of Matt Clark. Clark, of course, still to play his 8th round game. But it would mean that Van Velzen would be on the hill, which would mean any win against one of Joshua Burksfield or Michael Huntley would put him into Saturday night. But McKe isn't going to go down without a fight.
57.
Yeah, it's flipping from one player to the next at the moment. That's a really good dart. He has often not backed up his 180s, but those transitioned out the treble 19s. McKe looking good. We've had a few 4-3s today.
84.
I think we're going to be adding this one to the collection.
142.
142. Is still on. Perseveres, which means double 11.
That would have been Ton Plus checkup number 7, but he has got time to his 8.
It can still go wrong for a W11.
59.
But not now.
Richard, you require 22.
No pressure really coming. So he's got time on his side. He can be aggressive.
Game shot in a sick flag.
And we are going
Richard
the
McKe.
distance. This top of the table clash, the headline game of the day so far.
7th and final leg. Keanu to Faro first.
Keanu van
Game
Velzen
on.
has been on the ropes for a while. He's lost his opening 2 games of today after winning the first 5 yesterday. Big moments.
Who would Matt Clark prefer to see win this game?
Do you know, I would have said to you, I don't think he really cares.
71.
But the fact that you said he had a bit of a... He knew exactly what he wanted to happen today. He's probably got a plan, but I think it's in his own hands now. He's got to really focus on his next game of the wounded tiger.
60.
That's Carl Wilkinson, because I think Carl's going to struggle from now on. So he can just play free flow and he can hit 100 average without any problem whatsoever. He could be that dangerous floater.
82.
Well, Matt Clark is looking to channel his inner Hannibal, hoping that a good plan comes together.
81.
Well, it's great to see Trent as well in there. It was good to have the A team in the comms box in the previous game.
96.
I can happily retire now, Glenn.
Wow, the cheer in my ears then from the production. That was unbelievable.
140.
What a good dart that is from Richie McKe. I mean, there's tight games and then there's this one. There's just so much on offer to the winner of this match. Interesting, because that did not look convincing.
Well, this basically now is a chase down to a finish. Simple as that. And McKe has overturned the throw. Keep it straight, he's on something.
60.
And keep it straight, he does.
But the sound of 60 for Van Velzen means that he will expect 2-on-1, 6 darts will be enough. What do you give for a 1-7-1 or a couple of treble overs? He knows the importance right now. Let me tell you, he's doing everything right. The execution, who knows? But the preparation of it was absolutely bang on.
89.
Is it
Richard, you
enough?
require 160.
That treble will feel like gold dust. However, another one of them. Lee's double top. He's been the big man for the big finish, and that would have been the biggest of the lot, not just by terms of number, but by weight.
Real drama here at the Modus Super Series. That was a big dart as Richie McKe looks up to the
You only
heavens.
require 122.
He'll fancy his chances on double 10 if he comes back. But Van Velzen will look at treble 18. That looks awkward. And can't finish. McKe
61.
to top this table
Richard,
for the
you require
first time in
20.
this group.
2 10s. To double 5. McKe makes a march.
Richard McKe.
And McKe makes a big noise following a big win against a deflated Keanu van Velzen. He won every game on Thursday, but it's 3 defeats on Friday for the Dutchman, and all of a sudden, he is in all sorts of bother. As for Richard McKe, he is top of the pile. His fate is in his own hands. He wins by 4 legs to 3. Coming up next, Joshua Burksfield takes on Michael Huntley.
A real story is brewing here in the Group C, here at the Modus Super Series at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, because the overnight leader, Keanu van Velzen, who won 5 out of 5 yesterday, has lost his opening 3 games today. He can still qualify. He's still got the opportunity to get to 14 points, but let me tell you, he's gone back to the players area. And he'll be all over the place right now, which is a roles reversal for Richie McKe, who beat him in the previous game, who now tops the table for the first time in this Group C campaign. He is looking mightily fine. And
45.
boy, Henry, did he celebrate that win in that top of the table clash.
Well, I have not seen that from Richard McKe before, which kind of tells you the importance of what he's just done. But this
60.
possibly could be the first dead rubber meeting that we've seen. Michael Huntley, you sense, has to win his last 3 to stand a chance. Joshua Burksfield can mathematically make it on to 10 points in the group, but the minus 10 legs difference is very unlikely
60.
that's going to do him any favours whatsoever.
And at this stage, 24 hours ago, you could see the devastation on the face of Mike Huntley, who should have won this game. It was a tight match. It went the distance 4-3.
180.
As he hits that 118. It was roles reversal because it was Burksfield who was celebrating wildly in that win. And it was at that point we thought, is Joshua then going to kick on? But we just haven't seen the best of him since that game with Mike Huntley yesterday. And today, quite frankly, he's been disappointing.
Yeah, and I'm sure he would have come in today with ideas of grandeur. The table was very tight before dart was thrown. We mentioned it at the top of the programme. But
85.
for one reason or another, it has not happened for him today. And we speak in football, don't we, about second season syndrome. Well, Joshua Burksfield is suffering from second appearance syndrome here at the Live Lounge. A promising first display here. Third in Group C last time, but at the moment, he's rock bottom.
60.
He's had the throw overturned in this first leg, but Huntley, of only a 60, has opened up the door for the man from Middlesex.
$60. Michael, you require 116.
For the opening leg. Beautiful first. Excellent second. And a stunner of a third. Mike Huntley with a 15-dart breaker throw. The perfect start for him in this match.
Michael to Thoreau first. Game on.
Michael feel rather annoyed he's not in this mix. And if he isn't in the mix, it's partly down to his opener to the day. He lost 4-3
100
to Richard McKe in his first match. Missed 6 starts and a double in that contest. If he won that, he would have been banging the mix. He would have found himself on 8 points, and McKe would have been languished at least on 10, and who knows whether he would have even been on that mark because of the confidence battering he would have got from losing that first game.
60.
Yeah, and just to add to that as well, Henry, Game 3 and Game 5 yesterday, he also lost 4-3. Games he could have and should have won. He's provisionally sat on 6 points at the moment, could easily be sat on 10 and looking at the next couple of games.
135.
But it's not for the first time with Mike Huntley that I've seen him on here with that really coulda, shoulda, woulda sort of conclusion to his appearance here.
He's on a 9.
26.
It was almost as poor as Chris Dobie's attempt last night.
Yeah,
just don't snitch.
I sent him a message earlier. I thought he was looking really fit. I don't know if he's going down the realms of Gerwin Price or going to the gym.
That's the modern look for a dart player.
145. Joshua, you require 141.
Breathe out, Glenn. Breathe out.
I'll get there after our Turkish today. I'll be back on it.
You look much trimmer after a haircut.
Yes, Turkish tomorrow, so I'm not getting shaved today.
45.
We'll have a nice haircut tomorrow, ready for what's going to be
a
fantastic Saturday night here. The addition of the crowd always makes it a very special event, especially if Keanu van Velzen can get through. If we can get
85.
Marvin's fans in here as well, they often
Joshua,
create a wonderful
96.
atmosphere. But he's struggling right now.
Well, this group's becoming a bit of a free-for-all between 3 players as to 2 spots through. Burksfield looking at double 8.
80.
Clips the wire.
Yeah, these two players could be sort of
Michael,
playing
you
that
require
spoiler role as
85.
well. Huntley will still have hopes he can get to those 3 wins, but that'll only equate to 10 points.
Tops it is for 2-zip. If he's going to stand a chance, he has to win this game big. Simple as that. And double 10 will give him a 2-leg lead.
65. Joshua
2
requires
opportunities
16.
have come to pass. Burksfield gets 3 more at double 8.
No score.
Penny for your
Michael, you
thoughts,
require
Joshua.
20.
I was really on your side yesterday as the one to watch. It's all just gone a little bit pear-shaped. Will he be punished after that miss? Well, there's your answer.
Game shot in the second leg.
Mike Huntley leads by
Michael
2
Huntley.
legs to 0.
2-0 it is
Third
to
leg, Joshua
babyface.
two
He's
for
looking to
Oakhurst.
put himself
Game
back
on.
into the equation.
I know it's your job to put me on the spot now, Henry, but we've seen everyone playing out. We're looking at Saturday night. Unfortunately, you won't be here, so who will be winning it? Who
60.
will be, when I'm chatting to you on Sunday, who will be lifting that title?
That's right, I'll be ignoring the phone call anyway. Tommy Morris, I think, has got to go in favour. I don't think there's been too much from this group today. There hasn't been anything, I don't think, from Group B to suggest that anybody's got anything to trouble him.
But as you know, has been Mr. Modus yourself, that a Saturday night feels different, doesn't it? Players who haven't looked... I mean, I'm looking at Jose Justicia. He was disappointing last night, but he's got the calibre. If he can get through, he can then produce the goods on a Saturday night. So that's the beauty of these weekly. Who would have had Steve Green last
60.
week?
Well, that was the point I was about to make. Midway through Group C, he could have thrown a hedgehog and missed. And then on the Saturday, he turned into a different beast, a man inspired with friends, family, watching
41.
on. The first name into Champions Week, and without any shadow of a doubt, the biggest week of his darting life. And say, for example, somebody like a Richard McKe, a Keanu van Velzen, maybe even a Matt Clark goes on and wins tomorrow
60.
night. All of a sudden, 2 weeks into a series, you've got a Champions Week that is completely and utterly open for interpretation. And somebody will look at that as an opportunity to win a major title.
And I think the winner of week 3, as in next week,
50.
whoever wins it will become a big player. Because as me and you were talking off air, that almost feels like a Champions Week next week. There's so many good players and so many reasons you can suggest that they're going to win it.
55.
Particularly the likes of Steve Lennon, who I know a lot of people like the look of coming here this year.
Yeah, never sort of. I mean, there's something about Matthew Edgar in his predictions, and he said he's not only going to win it tomorrow, he's the one who's going to win a series. For me, I'm going old school.
115.
I'm going for Johnny Haynes next week.
Matthew Edgar is a man in the last 2 years said that Darius Labanauskas will win a series. Tick. And Jess Smith will win a series. Tick.
I must admit, I'd never tell him that. I would never go live on air and say Matthew Edgar's very good with his
30.
predictions. What I would say is I'm 9 out of 9 on a Saturday night. So when I'm asked the question, I don't even know who I'm working with. Is it the 18th tomorrow? Am I with Laura? Here we go for the bullseye. He needs something, doesn't he?
70.
Yeah, Laura's here tomorrow night. You're only here because we need to
Marco, you require
rest and rotate.
156.
Anyway, 156 for Huntley for the double break and a 3-0 lead. Can't be done now. And so Burksfield back for 25 to half the arrears.
45.
Yeah, disappointing
Joshua, you
leggy from
require
Huntley because he had
25.
Burksfield, didn't he? Potential 20 data. It's double A to get back in this match. And
Game
good on
shot
him.
on the third leg. Joshua
That's what he
Burksfield.
has to learn from there because, look, there's a talented player there.
Full flag.
But you want to
Michael
see a
two
little bit
for
of fight, a little
Oakhurst.
bit of...
Game on.
We use the term granite for Rob Grundy right now. And it's something, I keep going back to that word that you said. He feels flat. He looks flat. The shoulders are down. They're sagging a little bit.
55.
Show some spirit.
Can part of it be down to, and tell me if I'm talking utter rubbish here.
You're talking utter rubbish before you even ask the question.
134.
But can there be a case sometimes when you're in the position of Joshua Burksfield, you've worked so hard to get to the position that he's got into, where he's had to work for 7-8 weeks, then win a qualifier to get here. You get here on day one, it starts okay, things don't go to plan, and all of a sudden the enthusiasm, the excitement that you would have been brimming with when you walk into the building can all of a sudden come tumbling down.
No. Because every game and every dart is your next one, is the most important dart that you're going to throw. People want to be on that stage. He's on that stage, and you have got to self-motivate. Now, he didn't have a great day yesterday, but it was all to play for today. And the fact that you picked up that he looked a little bit flat, and I agree with you. He did. You picked on it absolutely spot on there.
85.
I wanted him to come with gusto. I wanted him to come with a little bit of fight today, because second place was there for the taking today. He's a top player. He's a good player.
100.
Well, Huntley's left himself on 156 here to open up a 2-leg lead.
65. Michael, you require 156.
Super first.
100.
You'd be happy with that.
Joshua, you require
It's going to take
134.
something special from Burksfield. We've seen many players go on the treble 18 on the 134. Or is he going to go traditional? I'm not really sure. I think it was in a mixture of both there.
Caught in two minds and found the single
76.
one. And so Huntley looking at 56 to put himself one away. Tops and tens doesn't correlate. Burksfield here has got an opportunity to square this game up at 2 apiece.
Yeah, you said it felt like a bit of a dead rubber. You're getting the sense that this game is feeling like that. Again, more missed opportunities for Huntley. Will he be punished?
18. Michael,
Well, he's had 8 opportunities in this game. He's only converted one of them. You can't say he hasn't had chances.
And
Michael Huntley eventually picks the pieces up. Staring to the camera, he knows
5th leg, Joshua 2 for
how things could be so different, but he's still got an outside chance of making it through. Has to win this big and then rely on favours elsewhere.
I don't miss being a dart player, Henry, genuinely, but I can still feel
44.
every dart that these players are feeling. You saw Burksfield look up to the heavens with the missed darts at tops, and then you saw Huntley just like banging his head there, because he knows this is a group he could have easily got out of. And I think the frustration is that it's getting away from him.
95.
He's not playing his best. And that hurts for someone like Mike Huntley, because he loves being here.
And it's part of the problem. The harder you try, the harder it gets.
And that's something we were talking about with Trent earlier as well. And that's what you've got to manage. You've got to manage
100.
that, because if you try too hard, that's when you start bringing your body into it. We've saw a couple of times with Van Velzen. It's almost like it's just trying to keep it. So that's that skills and abilities versus attributes.
140.
Huntley wins this game by 4 legs to 1 margin. He'll be on 8 points plus 3 legs difference. Clark is on +5, but he'll need a favour
21
off of Joshua Burksfield in the next game against Keanu van Velzen.
I mean, that is a game for Van Velzen, because Burksfield is all over the place right now, isn't he? You can just see him in the background there. It's almost like, as you said, he wants to get off the stage.
180.
Terrific from Huntley. He can get to 12 points. And I tell you what, if 12 points doesn't get through, he'll be looking back at those 4 threes that we mentioned.
Well, you feel like from here,
100.
it's all rather
Michael, you
academic.
require 86.
So to keep him in the reckoning, it's a beautiful dart on the 86 finish. This to move to 8 points. No problem whatsoever for Mike Huntley.
Michael Huntley.
He's had his ups, he's had his downs in this Group C campaign, but he's fighting. He's still got a potential of another 2 games. He's happy about that win. Will 12 points be enough for Mike Huntley? He's still got a lot of work to do, but the smile on the face is back. But for Joshua Burksfield, he's having an absolute nightmare of a day. Disappointing on the doubles there as well. But a big game coming up next. It's Matt Clark against Carl Wilkinson.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. And before the break, Michael Huntley got the better of Joshua Burksfield by 4 legs to 1. Next up for us, Matt Clark and Carl Wilkinson going head-to-head. It's been a little while since we've seen Matt Clark in action.
Game on.
Won 4-1 against Keanu van Velzen in Game 5. He's had a 3-game break and now takes on Carl Wilkinson, who lost
81.
out 4-3 to Michael Huntley in his previous game. This is the final match from the 3rd round of fixtures on this Friday afternoon. And for Matt Clark, a win here, regardless of the scoreline, would see him on to 10 points and
60.
leapfrog Keanu van Velzen into 2nd position in the table, where he'd then take on Michael Huntley and Richard McKe to end the day.
Yeah, there was a wry
96.
smile on the face of Matt Clark yesterday during this game because Carl Wilkinson was excellent. His only win of the day, a 94+ average. It was almost like why have I walked in? And again, Carl Wilkinson's job's done now. It's a shame.
58.
I wanted him there Saturday night because, look, he's a top player. It hasn't gone his way. And it'll be interesting to see how he sees out this group now because I think deep down he knows it's all done and dusted.
32.
Yeah, it'd be a tough pill for Wilkinson to swallow, particularly after how good a year he had here in 2025. He mentioned him winning his first weekly title, runner-up
140.
in another week in a series. Somebody that was knocking on the door and eventually found his way into the red carpet occasion, but he hasn't been able to
100.
follow up that success this time around.
Yeah, delight to see him in the England team as well, down at Merthyr Tydfil. I have great memories of that venue, very old school workman's club, really hot venue.
140.
And that incredible national anthem of Wales and Scotland and represent your country. I know how much it means to him to be representing Yorkshire, and no doubt he'll be there on Sundays as the captain of Yorkshire.
Matt, you require
But
103.
I think when he self-reflects on this one, it's one that's got to wait.
Well, Clark found a ton in his previous match. Can he kick off with a 103? He's going to get a dart at a double. And that double's double top.
83.
Just drop slow.
Carl, you require 92.
Beautiful first.
Then
Stunner
showing
of
the
a
first
second.
leg.
That's
Carl
what he can
Wilkinson.
do. But let me tell you, in his mind, he'd be thinking...
Second
He'd be
leg,
thinking,
Matt,
I'm the
to
best player in this
first.
group. And here
Come
I
on.
am, sat at the bottom of it there. But even just watching the in-play table there, just as simple as a win there, will seeing him move up a place there, he should have been fighting for first or second place.
Well, every position does have its monetary value, and we
100.
know how much a Yorkshireman values a pound note.
There's no such thing as a pound note. So all them ones that you've got in
85.
your 7 houses, just take them to the bank. Do you collect rent off the peasants who are living in your 7
121.
houses, or is it all done through the bank?
I'm not some kind of Fagin-esque character that... I don't even have 7 houses.
59.
How many is it now?
Struggling to get one in this current climate. Anyway, moving on.
Oh, you're thinking of going independent, are you? Getting your own accommodation, are you?
95.
Where's Trent?
180.
His rhythm looks good. Like I say, he's playing with that relaxed manner right now. A player who knows he can't qualify. This is impressive. Very, very impressive for Matt Clark.
145.
He's busy on the ADC circuit. He's looked good today. Fancies his chances. And this has been an excellent response. Matt Clark is averaging
57.
just shy of 105 at the moment.
Matt, you require 40.
We mentioned earlier, Matt Clark is a match play player. So when it comes to these sorts of scenarios, when everything's on the line, he's the type of player that perhaps
Game
you
showing
would
the
back
second
more than
leg.
maybe some of the
Matt
flashy
Clark.
players as he piles in a 14 darter to level us up at one
Third leg,
apiece.
Carl to throw first.
He's got
Game
form,
on.
he's got course. He's got all the ingredients and all the minerals required to go deep here at the Live Lounge.
140.
Mainly because we've seen him do it on 3 occasions in the past.
Yeah, I was looking at his CV yesterday, just a little reminder. Then you came up with that stat that was only recently that he's had his highest ever average.
109.81 at the Hungarian Classic back
29.
in October. That was coupled up with the World Masters weekend. Made his return to the Lakeside back in December. Lost out in the last 16 of that tournament. Beat Haruki Murematsu in the opening round. Incredible, because he played at Lakeside 30 years prior, Matt Clark. That's how long he's been on the scene.
$85. $100.
Well, a ton keeps Wilkinson ticking along in this leg.
Let's test your darting knowledge then, Henrik. If I said to you that Matt Clark won the Canadian Open, what year did he win it?
1994.
137.
1812. He's older than he looks.
Is that because
100.
the Canadian Open was held in between the war between Britain and America in that year?
Dear me, you're not getting AI out again, are you? I'm still getting over yesterday. What was yesterday's treasures that you were bleating on about?
140.
At least I use ChatGPT and you chat rubbish. Anyway, 137 for Wilkinson.
$57.
Good game of darts, this. We've waxed lyrical about the performances so far of Matt Clark. This will sting. He looks in the mood for this type of finish, but he's going to need a treble. Treble 18 is the desired target, just the wrong side of the wire.
$40.
Well, these are the types of finishes when you're the opponent in the background, you just hope for your comeback. The likelihood is you will.
60.
And that is exactly the luxury that Matt Clark has been afforded.
Well, Matt Clark
Matt,
couldn't
you
look.
require 70.
And all you're hoping is not to hear your game shot. Well, he's got his wish. Should get at least a dart or a double of this 70. Will be a dart at the bullseye now, because they look at the 17's bed. No, it's double 8. He's all over around the board.
62.
Behind that desired target. It was well thrown. He thought it was in. Chance
20.
for Wilkinson to take the lead again.
And this would be music to the ears of Keanu van Velzen. And will keep last darts in, just as Matt Clark thought he had a bit of hope of coming back. Wilkinson 2-1 to the good.
1999 he won the Canadian Open, and I'll buy the Turkish tonight if you tell me who he beat in the final.
$100.
Ronnie Baxter.
No, Luke Littler. Good shout, Colin Monk.
Former World Master, Colin Monk.
140. $97.
Well, Wilkinson's beginning to find a bit more of a flow now. Only problem is it's come a bit too late in terms of his campaign. But what he can do by not qualifying himself is stop somebody else from going through.
Yeah, but that's not enough for him. Let me tell you, I think he just probably wants to jump in the car and get back home, because he's a proven winner up there. He doesn't want to be a spoiler. It'll be a tough one to take for Carl. He'll have come. I think he'd have looked at the week and thought, I can win this. I think any player next week will look at it and think, oh, this is tough. Whereas I think this week was very, very winnable. Like I said, it's in the hands of Tommy Morris. You feel right now. He was sensational in Group A.
135.
So I think Carl will leave disappointed, but he can still produce the darts, because potentially 11 darter here for the bullseye.
59.
Well, the bullseye goes a begging for a 3-1 lead. Can Matt Clark find something in 3-figure range to square up at 2 apiece? He's been finding that treble a lot with the first start on these three-figure combos. But can he finally convert the double 16? He's had the ton, and you can add the 109 to the mix.
Matt Clark.
And Matt Clark is very much back in the mix in this game. Back on turns at 2-2.
Game on.
Carl Wilkinson had opportunities, so a opportunity at the ball to stretch clear. He could have been thrown for the match right now, but we are very much embroiled in a battle.
You could almost hear the sighs as well from Van Velzen and McKe as well, because a win here for Wilkinson really would put them in the fantastic position.
125.
You could almost hear the groans from here.
$95. $45.
Yeah, we talked about the fact, Henry, how Carl Wilkinson was delighted to be once again picked for England. Matt Clark represented England in 1998, and let
41.
me tell you, what a dream team. You've already called out Ronnie Baxter. What other players were playing in that England team then?
1998. Beaton would have still been on the BDO side.
Good shout. I wouldn't have got that. Well done. There was two players that I used to watch, you know, around about 99. And what I mean by that is when I used to go to tournaments, see how they're prepared. Merv King and Martin Adams, they would sit together. I used to think, right, what do they do? What time do they get to the venue? When do they start practicing? What do they do in preparation for the game? I learned a lot from watching them too. Andy Fordham.
43.
The legend that is Andy Fordham, 2004 world champ.
There is a player there which I don't think you'd ever get, but they often say
88.
is one of the greats of Yorkshire darts, and his name was Julian Bullock. And Carl Wilkinson will know of him, and he was one of those players that I believe barely practiced, would just pull his darts out whenever he needed them, and then go in there and have a monster average.
Carl, you require
He
117.
beat Les Wallace that day.
19 would have left him a dart at tops and able to get, and so
57.
Clark with a 48 combo to break
Matt, you
the throw
require
and
48.
give him an opportunity to serve the game out. Double 16. 2 8s.
32.
Remember that moment, Henry. If he doesn't qualify,
Carl, you require
Matt
60.
Clark, that is a massive opportunity missed. Will it be punished? Doesn't need to move. What a
Game
dart
showing
that
fifth
is.
flag.
That
Carl
will
Wilkinson.
sting Matt Clark. Remember that moment.
Sick flag.
We
Matt
speak
to
about it all the
Farouk
time,
first.
don't we? The
Game
importance
on.
of combination finishing. And that 60 for Wilkinson puts him 3-2 up. When we speak about Matt Clark's career, his best ever major performance came here when he made it through to a Champions League final. Other than that, quarterfinals in the
100.
BDO World Championship in 2006, the quarterfinals of the World Match Play back in 2008, where he lost 16-12 to James Wade, having beat
100.
Peter Manley and Roland Scholten in the first 2 rounds of that competition. And the quarterfinals of the Dutch Open all the way back in 1993.
140.
In fact, Matt Clark beat Raymond van Barneveld 3-1 en route to the quarterfinals of that World Championship in 96, having beaten Paul Hogan by 3-2 in the opening round.
Honestly, I love Henry. I sort of love going around that period of time and looking at some of the... Then we had that crossover, didn't we, of the PDC players versus the BDO ones, and some of the averages on the boards that they were playing on then.
45.
Matt Clark was up there. Real tough, real determined player. Nobody ever wanted to play him.
125.
But is this Group C campaign beginning to get away with him? Every game felt massive for Clark.
Was that opportunity in the 5th leg that went to begging? That's been the key difference.
55.
The big winners here is not going to be Carl Wilkinson if he gets over the line.
136.
The big winners here could be Van Velzen and McKe.
78.
58 points left for
Matt, you
Carl
require
Wilkinson.
161.
He'll expect to be back. He's wearing Superman on the shirt. It's going to take a super finish to keep this game going. This is incredible. What a day Matt Clark is having.
Decided to set it up.
129.
Wilkinson
Carl, you
back for
require
58 to put a huge dent in Matt Clark's hopes of progressing through to Saturday night. But he's missed the big number. He's only going to get one. He's only going to get one and an obscured double 18. How does he find a way through that?
22.
That was a great effort. Let me tell you, Clark thought he was done and dusted there. He wore
Matt,
back, the shoulders were up.
32.
And he did go for that bullseye. The happy accident, the fact it went into a small 18. This to go the distance. He's been like a cat with 9 lives in this game. What a monster dart this is for Matt Clark.
It was
16.
in and then it was out.
It was in.
Well, that may well be a bit of misfortune that could
Carl,
cost
you
Matt
require
Clark dearly.
36.
He thought it was in, but it could be all over.
It
Game
is
shot
now,
and a match.
because Carl Wilkinson wins that game 4-2. And for Matt Clark, what a missed opportunity and drama right at the end. That double 8 looked in, it bounced out, and Carl Wilkinson has really done a big favour for the top two. Keanu van Velzen will be the big winner in that game there. Carl Wilkinson wins the match 4-2. We move on to the next game. It's Burksfield against Van Velzen.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. 3 rounds worth of play has been completed in this Group C. And as you can see, Richard McKe at the top of the pile. 12 points to his name. Keanu van Velzen won each of his 5 matches on Thursday. But 3 defeats from 3 on this Friday puts him in a spot above. The big winner in the last round was Michael Huntley. He's now all of a sudden in a mix on 8. But Matt Clark also on that number. He lost out 4-2 to Carl Wilkinson before the break, which puts his hopes of making it through in some kind of peril. Game 10, a meeting between Joshua Burksfield and Keanu van Velzen. Keanu looking to get his first win of the day. If he does so, he moves on to 12 points. 2 players on that market, meaning he'll be 4 clear of Huntley and Clark. With Clark to take on McKe later on in the session, Van Velzen would take on Huntley in game 14. We could have a bit of a grandstand finish to this afternoon's proceedings.
140.
Trent Hudson alongside me here in Coventry. Trent, great to be with you on this Friday afternoon. And for Keanu van Velzen, he needs to get going and get going quick.
134.
He most certainly does. And after yesterday, to lose these 3 games, he's going to be up there under pressure now. But I feel like he'll walk onto that stage, despite losing the 3 games, with a little bit of a spring in his step
100.
after that last performance, after that last result. Matt Clark squandering plenty of opportunities to put real pressure on him after those 3 defeats. But now,
90.
Van Velzen in good stead against Burksfield, who's, of course, bottom of Group C at the moment, to really, really hammer home his position in that top 2.
Now, first things first, change of equipment for Joshua Burksfield. We mentioned that he makes
60.
his own darts, his own prototypes. Well, he's had a little bit of a tinker there, hoping that a change is as good as a rest. I'm looking to arrest a slide here.
Is he going to do the Peter Wright where he changes his darts 24/7?
Well, we have seen in the past Kevin Painter, once upon a time, throw 3 different barrels, 3 different stems and 3 different flights at the same turn.
52.
I'm not quite sure that Josh is going to go to quite that extreme, but he's left himself first to a finish in this opening leg.
It amazes you how the players do it, don't you? They know their
57.
equipment best. They know what they're feeling best. But for them to change the equipment between games or mid-game, it amazes me. But, of course, they've used the equipment before. They know what's best for them. Burksfield.
72.
Himself up for the first leg. I just want to see him enjoy it a little bit more up there in this game. It seems like his shoulders have been down a little bit, sort of wandering around stage a little bit in his first couple of matches. So I want to see him go up there and enjoy this match, no matter what the result. I think that's important for Burksfield in this one.
Well, he's got the first chance, or at least he should get the first chance at a double in this leg. Treble 14, unable to get. So Van Velzen's got 3 at tops here
37.
to get a break in a leg, which for large swathes of, he's been second best in.
Johnny require 40.
So needs to hold his composure here. We've seen him take his time on a couple of occasions throughout the afternoon when this has been the case. And he takes it on the 10. That'll give him a bit of rhythm. Van Velzen. I mentioned how he'd have had that coming up on stage after Matt Clark squandered those opportunities, and now Van Velzen has it in his own hands. He leads by a leg to 0, and he's got something to hold on to.
85.
And for Joshua Burksfield, the same old sorry story is beginning to rear its ugly head. The one thing Keanu van Velzen's got, because
45.
of the fact he won 5 out of 5 yesterday, he gave himself a bit of breathing room. If he wins this match, all of a sudden, he is in a very profitable position. He'll take on Michael Huntley in the penultimate match.
42.
Either safe in the knowledge he's through, depending on the other results in this round, or knowing that it's in his own hands.
All of those players below Keanu van Velzen are just hoping for Joshua Burksfield
45.
to just pull something out the bag in this game, aren't they? And really take it to an exciting last couple of matches this afternoon. It certainly would tighten that table up going into the last couple of rounds.
98.
Well, we talk about spoilers all the time here at the Super Series. Players that mathematically cannot make it through, but what they can do is, if their day's not going well, make their opponents even worse by stopping them from making it through to Saturday night's final.
And you've got to remember as well, even if you can't go through, it's still important to go out there and put
100.
a show in for yourself to make sure that you're not just walking away and you played 4 or 5 bad games of darts. You want to go up and give yourself something to build on for the next
57.
time you're up on that stage. And even if you can't make that top 2, you want to be able to just give yourself something to work with.
And look, there's people watching this, and If you put a good show in, you may get an automatic invite back, not needing to go through the rigmarole of the qualifiers.
140.
And also, there's money in every place in this group. If you finish 5th, you earn a few more quid than you would for finishing 6th, for example.
Which is never going to be grumbled at, of course. A little bit of extra money motivation. But that motivation within the family as well. We've mentioned him quite a few times this afternoon about Marvin.
59.
But, you know, that brotherly rivalry, we know what it's like in everyday life. You always want to be better than your brother at things. But of course, he'll be so happy that he's won here before, but he wants to do that himself as well.
We mentioned it yesterday with Glenn on commentary. As much as Keanu's proud of what Marvin's done, at the same time, he wants to forge his own career on his terms. And by not finding the 160, Joshua Burksfield's got
60.
his own opportunity to put himself on terms in this contest.
It's going to take him a couple of darts to do so. He's gone for the 16s.
28.
Burksfield burns that last one. Not too close to the wire. He'll be disappointed with that, but Van Velzen's going to have to take a ton plus out here to
Keanu, you require 100.
take the 2-leg lead. Burksfield may well expect to come back to the board, but he'll feel a little bit shaky if Van Velzen can find that treble at the first dart. Just under.
60.
He went for the box office tops.
Joshua,
It's obviously got to be
16.
done, but just missing that first one to provide himself with a chance.
Yeah, right play. Treble targets obscure following dart 1.
Game
Joshua Burksfield makes
leg.
absolutely
Joshua
no mistake on
Burksfield.
double 8. Level at 1 apiece. Now, Keanu van Velzen there, just clutching
leg,
his
Joshua to throw
right
first.
shoulder. We saw him
Game on.
kind of lurch a 1 or 2 towards the end of the opening leg. And I just wonder, 5 days worth of play, is it just beginning to take its toll here for Keanu?
He looks really uncomfortable, doesn't he? It wasn't even just one shake. He was really rolling the shoulder
45.
around. Just patting himself down as well. Probably just hot up there, but something to keep an eye on for Van Velzen over these next few legs. Will it affect his rhythm?
58.
We'll have to see over this leg now that Burksfield's got that leg on the board.
Well, we saw yesterday Richie McKe have a similar problem towards the tail end of the session. Keanu just telling himself to calm down in the background. Obviously turned up today with the compression
55.
sleeve on. And I just wonder whether it's a mixture of tiredness, fatigue, and also the adrenaline of what's happening. Debut here in this competition. And he would have come in here today
45.
feeling so good about himself, so good about his chances. And he's probably seeing a promising position just begin to slide away. But there is no hiding the discomfort he's feeling in the background.
He's been trying to shake it off all leg here, Van Velzen. He's just going to take a little break before he throws his next set of darts. Might be something that the referee has to speak to him about in just a moment. Is it the snatch of that last dart? He's got quite a snatch on his final dart. I wonder if he's just pulled something ever so slightly. And of course, he's played a lot of darts over the last couple of days, so...
Well, you'd understand him being tight in this situation because of the magnitude of what he could potentially achieve. But as you mentioned, there is a
60.
lot of shoulder in that throw. However, what you've also got to say at the same time is Joshua Burksfield is not taking advantage of this whatsoever.
He's been rushing his last start. He's got such a neat throwing action. And his last start, he seems to be rushing a little bit and then just walking pretty glumly away from the board. He's got a lovely setup for his throwing and just seems to be rushing that last one, and it's landed in the 1 and the 5 a couple of times and really punished
47.
that score.
That was really smart from Keanu there. Was struggling, went down to the 19s. If you are struggling, heading downstairs usually helps. He's found a couple of trebles in his previous turn. He's found a couple of trebles there, and maybe all is well once more.
That's a great visit from Van Velzen, isn't it? Finding that treble bed a couple of times and to leave 43 now. It's 1 dart to have 2 at the double, but healthy visit here from Burksfield. We'll put the pressure on Van Velzen if he can't take this out.
Big moments in this contest. Break chance here for Van Velzen.
Game shot on
And no mistake whatsoever. The pop finishing has been on point for the most part of this group for Keanu van Velzen. 2-1 to the good, break in hand. Halfway towards 12 points. And actually, if he can win this game by any margin, he'll go top of the group either by legs difference or legs 1.
And he'll feel so happy that he's won that leg there, not only because it puts him ahead, but with the snatching of the shoulder, for him to have lost his 3 games so far today and go behind from leading that leg. Would have been in a real perilous position within this game, but now he can set the tempo, he can set the control of this game. And of course, he's got the throw in this one as well. Would have been a timely time to have found a 180 there, but a 2 treble visit is still impressive nonetheless. Averaging just over 80 at the moment. Van Velzen, Burksfield in the 75s.
100.
What do you give for another 140 here? Has to think about it now. Now he's straight into the treble 5.
54.
Unable to leave himself on a finish. Burksfield can only do so if he can find a 2 treble turn here.
Got to think this would be massive for Keanu van Velzen at just 22 years of age to move into that finals night. It's a real stepping stone for him in his career, and to get out on that stage in front of the fans as well. This will be big for him. Not only because his brother's done it before, but as you said, in his own career, in his own mojo, it'll be good for him to get out on there.
It's a great launch pad for him. And also, you think about the stage of the season we're at. We're right at the very beginning of the 2026 campaign. The confidence it could give him ahead of the first development tour in a couple of weeks' time. It could be just a fillet for him.
It's always that mental block as well, isn't there, to start the year well in 2026 or 2025, 2027. You always want to start the new calendar year well, and that would be exactly doing so from Van Velzen. But he's got to get the job at hand done first.
60.
Well, Joshua Burksfield's given him every opportunity of doing that. 147 for 3-1.
Yeah, Burksfield not down to a finish after 12 darts at the moment. He'll be disappointed with that.
He's averaging about 74 and change, which, the truth be told, that's kind of been the level he's been ascertaining for the most part of the session. 77, 77, 100. 75 his averages so far. Van Velzen has a chance to go 3-1 up here.
And this would really separate them. A massive leg here for Van Velzen. How quickly can he take it out? Double 5, and he's straight into the double 12 there. The wrong side of the wire. It wasn't too close to the double 5 either. And a missed chance for Van Velzen, but the checkout needed for Burksfield. Triple 19, he misses it. So Van Velzen will come back once again. Will he go back down to the 17 again? We'll see.
87.
And by busting it, it means that now he comes back, he may only get 1 dart at the bullseye.
Same again. This time, executed perfectly
Keanu van Velzen.
From Keanu van Velzen. I wondered if he was going to take a different approach and different route to that, but just sticking with the same approach, and this time executing it perfectly after straying into the double 12 just before. Good composure there to take that, and you can see how happy he is to win that leg.
Well, how many times do you see that? A player bust the score and then come back to the hockey and then take it out with the next turn.
100.
Joshua Burksfield just needs a good start to this leg. He's found 1 treble in that visit, but some real pressure can be put on him here. Massive 180 if he can seal this in.
180.
Lovely first set of darts and visit in the 5th leg for Keanu van Velzen. We're 3 into the perfect 9, dare we say.
Well, Keanu van Velzen
100.
is a confidence player, and now he really is strutting his stuff. He had his struggles at the beginning of the contest, but now he's firing on all cylinders.
Oh, I thought we were on. He's into the one. Keanu van Velzen. 5 perfect darts, hits the 1, but he's still left himself in a very handy position here. 101 points in front of Josh Burksfield as he looks to close this game out.
He's got 6 darts from here to seal a 4-1 win, which would put him back to the summit. And it would mean that all he'd have to do is beat Michael Huntley in the last
78.
to make it through on debut. And he is, Trent, closing in 122 points away.
We know how quickly the pendulum can shift, though, in a game of darts, and if Burksfield can tally it with a good visit here, leave himself handy with a finish.
100.
There is still pressure on Van Velzen taking out that 122, but Burksfield won't be
all
all too happy with that visit. Still going to have to be a ton plus out. Van Velzen You suspect might have 6 at this. Just straight into the 1 there, so he's left you routine 1-2-1, but of course can't take it out with the 2 darts. For the triple 20 here.
86.
He gets it. Good layup there from Van Velzen,
Joshua
but can
Burksfield
Burksfield keep himself in this at the expense of Keanu van Velzen hitting the double 18 next start?
It's going to be tops. There's the first of them. Oh,
85.
just underneath. Van Velzen back for the match.
It's double 18 to do it. 3 darts in hand. He'll just want to make sure he doesn't stray to the inside of this 18 here and have to cross over for the 9s. That could get a little bit awkward. We know players don't mind this route all too much going over to the 9s, but he'll want to take it up
shot.
first time, and he does so.
Keanu van
Velzen, after going 5 for 5 yesterday, lost his first 3 games of the day. He'll walk up with a spring in his step after Matt Clark missed the opportunities, but he gets the job done himself against Joshua Burksfield, who's had quite a sorry afternoon. Keanu van Velzen with 1 foot into tomorrow's action. He climbs back to the top of Group C. A fantastic win for Keanu van Velzen.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Season. Before the break, Keanu van Velzen got a big win against Joshua Burksfield by 4 legs to 1. That puts him on to 12 points in the group. It means that a win in his final game against Michael Huntley will be enough to send him into Saturday night on debut. So next up for us, Richard McKe and Carl Wilkinson going head-to-head. For McKe, he moves on to 14 points. It's a figure which would be insurmountable for Huntley and Clark to pass. So he will be in to tomorrow night's final, the former weekly winner. But Carl Wilkinson, well, he's just looking for any kind of victory
79.
to bolster his confidence. Going down and back with me in the commentary box for this one. For McKe, wins this, he's in. Simple as that.
Yeah, and well deserved as well. I think Richie is someone we almost, I wouldn't say overlooked him yesterday, but it didn't feel like we were talking about as much as the other players there. But he's been solid throughout. And I mean, the top 2 players, based on the fact that Keanu's just won there, are the ones likely to qualify there. But, you know, Mike Huntley's still got things to say about that, but a win here for McKe. It'll be a tough one because Wilkinson's that free-flowing at the moment. He's playing with a sense that, you know, I can just do what I need to do. There won't be many nerves in his body during this game.
60.
It's that quintessential battle between somebody with nothing to lose and somebody with everything to lose.
And Carl Wilkinson would hate to hear that as well, because he doesn't want to be that. You know, he doesn't want to be that support act. He wanted to be the player who was now fighting for that top spot. But listen, sometimes you come here at the Modus Super Series not in form and it works out beautifully. Sometimes you come here with all the hopes and expectations of winning the week and it doesn't work out. That is the beauty of this contest.
It's a completely unique discipline.
134.
As Wilkinson piles in a couple of big triple 19s. McKe looking at 134. Well, moved across for the treble 18, unable to get. And so Wilkinson will return for 79. Should get a dart at tops to break.
96.
I'm not so sure he made the right decision there. 16 should have been the dart. Well, that first dart could have been happy accident going into the treble 3 there. Well, he left 38. Had to burn a dart to do that for double 14. It's in the eye line. Down to double 7.
Game shot on the first leg.
I don't know if you heard that as well, Henry. That little sign of a come on. It's something that we don't associate with
Second leg,
McKe.
Carl to throw first.
I just wonder whether he's beginning to belong on that stage. I know he's won a week here in the past, but today he just looks so at home, where at times he has been,
100.
and in his own words he said it as well, he's been a little bit nervous.
Dare I say he's beginning to believe? And the reason I say that is because of this potential injury that he's got. You can see the strapping on his arm with the support that he's got. I wonder if he's just thinking, hey, I've been here before, I've won a week, and I ain't seeing anything that I can't do out there. We've talked about the fact that Tommy Morris is sat there thinking, you know, I'm the top dog come Saturday night. Is he beginning to believe?
Well, belief is a 6-letter word that can travel 1,000 miles.
140.
And sometimes that's half the battle, Glenn.
It's what's between those two ears, 55. You know, that if you think you're going to go up there and win a game, and then you can go through a game where you're just hoping it goes well. I mean, you're the same player, you're throwing the same darts.
100.
That's the psychology of the game. That's why so many of the professional players now are seeing, you know, third parties. They want to get up there and they want to be at the best.
59. Richard,
well, at this rate, McKe may well be hurrying towards the finishing line. 98 left.
43. 60. Richard, you require 78.
He'll start in the 18s. Single is the must. Big straight 20. The game sounds somebody's gone away with one there. And we usually know what that means, don't we, Henry? We've worked out a little formula. If you just hit that big number,
third leg, Richard,
often the double will go. McKee's been excellent so far. And speaking about being excellent, big well done to our guest commentator, Trent. But during that last game, I went downstairs into the
100.
production, and sometimes you take it for granted, these pictures. What a well-oiled machine. I mean, I don't need to say all this, but I was fascinated. I was watching the guys doing the job there. So, you know, what you see in the pictures
83.
there, I mean, it's a brilliant... I walked into just this incredible amount of cameras and buttons and numbers and lights. It was absolutely brilliant. Delighted I went down that.
55.
And they were even more delighted when you came back up to the commentary box.
Yes, they've started talking again in our ears. They were very quiet on the best behaviour when I was there. I must be the headmaster.
25.
If you're the headmaster, then we're in for. But anyway, Richard striding now.
134.
Oh, Richard Stride, you just said there. I remember him as one of the players on a Group B that went a little bit of a late night, wasn't it? Why has he never been invited back?
Well, that Group B started at 10 p.m. on Thursday and finished at 9 p.m. the Thursday before.
If you remember right, we went to watch him at County, didn't we? We walked in, we was like, wow, it's Richard playing. He was 2-1 up. 20 minutes later, 60. He was 1-0 down. I'm not saying Richard Stride was slow, but hey. Good afternoon, Richard.
83.
Mate, you look like Usain Bolt.
Richard, you require 152.
Yes, you think I was a quick player the way I'm going on. This could be a quick and rapid fire win here for McKe.
92.
This is really good. I mean, he's really putting Wilkinson to the sword.
He's a proper player. He's a proper player, Richard McKe.
100.
Is he now beginning
Richard,
to... Are we going to be talking
16.
about him for potential winner come Saturday night? He's been there before. Looks like you can't miss.
Double 10.
40.
Doesn't go.
Carl, you require 68.
So Wilkinson here, looking at 68. And now look at a double 4 to get himself back into the contest and to get a break back.
Wilkinson.
There's almost an air of Ian White about Richard McKe. And what I mean by that, he's a very understated player, but yet do not be fooled by the pedigree that he has.
180.
As Wilkinson piles in a 180.
$100.
The 9 a little bit earlier on, did Wilkie?
$97.
However, for everything that Richard McKe has done right so far, Carl Wilkinson has
85.
hit him back with a response.
Yeah, also stemmed from that moment and said it looks like you can't miss, because since then it's been all Wilkinson.
26.
Well, that first dart was sat beautifully. He'd be disappointed if he doesn't find a treble here.
60.
And he's opened up the door for Wilkinson. 6 or 198 to square this game up at 2 apiece.
60.
Ah, the 138.
60.
Remember any impactful
Carl,
one of these before?
138.
Do you think he's listening?
94.
Who? Luke Humphreys?
Yeah, he's giving me a little bit of a hard time over Ipswich, and Middlesbrough told me to stick to my own club this week on social media. Did you see that?
140. Carl, you require 44.
Here we go for 2-2. Big number. No problem. Double 16. No problem. 2-2. Good game.
Carl Wilkinson.
And a good response from Carl Wilkinson, because it could have been so easy for him to have just accepted his fate a little here. McKe got off to a quick start, raced into a 2-love lead, but Wilkinson sticking to his guns, sticking to the task, and now finds himself back on level terms. And there's been a lot of tight games today, a lot of 4-3s.
100. $75.
McKe kind of, to a certain extent, if he loses this is not the worst case scenario, because if he was to be defeated by Wilkinson, then he would take on Matt Clark if Matt was to win his game against Michael Huntley in what would be a winner-takes-all contest. Huntley himself can also move on to 10 points, and that would just muddy the waters even more.
Yeah, so we could be looking at legs difference here.
54.
If Huntley can win both his games against Van Velzen. And Matt Clark's there's still plenty to play for. We did sort of say it's going to go down to the wire, this Group C. And we'll keep you fully
60.
updated of all the permutations and in-play tables. McKe, if he can get over the line in this one, that'll be one permutation we do know.
95.
Big last start there. Leaves himself on a 2-darter when he comes back.
How much pressure will be on that potential 2-darter? Well, treble 17 tells you
131.
that all
Richard,
the pressure.
84.
This is what it's all about. This is a huge moment for Richie McKe. That is a tremendous first dart. Huge dart pending. What a dart. What a brilliant finish. McKe on the cusp.
Six
One away.
Call to throw first. Game on.
And he's got the insurance policy, and if he loses this leg, he's going to serve it out to make it through in the next.
That's
60.
a classy finish, Henry. The fact that Wilkinson sets it up with a 1-3-1 there, you miss it with your first dart. That takes bottle.
Well, there's a danger I could sound like a bit of a
92.
broken record here. But the combination finishing in this group has been top-notch.
99.
Never mind that. What you're fancying at the Turkish anyway?
Chicken sheesh. Bit of chicken, bit of rice, trying to stick to the January diet.
Are we paying this
60.
time or are we going to do another runner?
Well, I'm a bit fitter this time compared to the last. No, we'll play credit card roulette.
125.
As Henry mentioned, he would have the darts in the last leg, McKe, but he'll want to get the job done now.
140.
Super darts there. Both very capable of seeing out this leg in 6 darts.
140.
Well, 140 for Wilkinson, leaves himself on 77 after 12. What can McKe pile in by way of response?
99.
Well, it's enough.
Call you require
It would lead in the
77.
finish. But Wilkinson will be getting at least a dart and a double. This for 3-3, it's double top.
57. Richard, you require
The dart
110.
to square this game up has come to pass. McKe only needs the 1 treble. And now we'll look at treble 18 to leave the subsequent double unable to get, and so Wilkinson will return for 2
40.
10s to take us the distance.
He's
Call you
been
require
sort of
20.
really good in that range as well. It was a disappointing effort. Will he be back? Because this can get messy.
Game
No
shot
problem
on the
whatsoever.
6th
We
leg.
are going the distance, and as
Double.
Henry mentioned, McKe does have the dart in this one.
7th and final leg. Richard to throw first. Game on.
What he'd give for a 15 darter now. Make your opponent win in 12. Good start.
100.
That's the Chris Mason philosophy, isn't it? Holding 15, breaking 12. You won't go far wrong. Easier said than done, mind.
140.
And particularly when Carl Wilkinson piles in a 140 to start.
I mean, I guess for the neutral as well, a defeat for McKe would set up a potential mouth-watering game with Matt Clark with a
100.
winner-takes-all at the end. Or will Mike Huntley just say, hey, I'm still in the running here and I've still got an opportunity. He's got 2 tough games to come, Huntley.
100.
So still none the wiser. As we get close to 5 p.m. on this Friday afternoon, who will be joining Tommy Morris in tomorrow night's final?
100.
Well, it's coming up to 5 p.m. in the United Kingdom and the chase is on.
Sometimes you are
59.
pointless.
That was like your campaign in Group B. Anyway, this game's reached its tipping point.
29.
However, Carl Wilkinson, all of a sudden, because of that slip's got 6 and 202.
83.
Tried to find the ball with the last to leave himself on a 2-darter, unsuccessful.
The countdown is on.
Right, Egghead.
38.
Oh, it's all just got a little bit messy there.
Oh, you
For
require
Richie McKe scores at
119.
29 and 38 when it mattered most. Well, well, well. How many more
39.
twists and turns to come? Because that's still
Richie,
not a
you
gimme.
require 134.
This for the match.
Well, he's been the king of the ton plus finishes, but he's not going to find a 134 to send himself through.
98.
Can Wilkinson find
Oh,
that
you
little bit of
require
X factor
80.
to win this game?
I was usually going to say usually so solid. I think the Rise Smile is back. Needs a treble. Doesn't get it. What an opportunity for Richie
40.
McKe.
Double 18
Richie,
for
you
his
require
place
36.
in tomorrow night's final.
Game
The
shot.
quest
And the
for
match.
weekly
Richie
title
McKe.
number 2 is very much on for Richie McKe. He is into tomorrow night's final, and he is one step closer to returning to the big dance come April. Richie McKe, much to his delight, has qualified for finals night, and look at the relief etched on his face. He gets the better of Carl Wilkinson by 4 legs to 3 to seal his place into tomorrow's final. Next up, Michael Huntley takes on Matt Clark.
And welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we can announce our second playthrough to Saturday night. Richie McKe has been absolutely tremendous today. He was second overnight, but he's played a really solid day and a big win over the impressive Carl Wilkinson, who at times has flattered to deceive. He was the favourite going into the competition, but joining Tommy Morris tomorrow night will be Richie McKe. He'll be over the moon, but still plenty to play for. And both of these players in your picture can still qualify. They can be our third qualifier come Saturday night.
45.
So, Henry, the added expectation to this game, how will Matt Clark be thinking? It feels a while since we've seen Huntley. He's got a couple of important games coming up.
Well, this is an eliminator. The loser goes out. The winner will fight on to play for a place through in the final round of matches. Matt Clark will take on Richard McKe, who's already safe in the knowledge now that he's through to the finale. As for Michael Huntley, if he wins this, he takes on Keanu van Velzen in match 14. We were saying a few games ago we thought that McKe against Clark could be
140.
The all-or-nothing match. Well, if the Welshman can win this, it's going to be the meeting between him and KVV that may well determine who is going to join Richard McKe out this group.
41.
But how much is Matt Clark's experience of getting through? I know he's not been here for a while, but the fact that he's been here and he has done it in the past on a number of occasions, how much does that come into play?
I think it does. I think there'll be an element of
41.
frustration that Carl Wilkinson once again did the number on Matt Clark. And, you know, when you're playing a player sat in 5th position, but that player is Carl Wilkinson. But listen, you're coming to the
100.
conclusion of Group C. You're still in it. You've got to grab these opportunities right now, but I still think Van Velzen is a big favourite to be the second player through. But he's going to have a little bit of a wait before that penultimate game of the day against Mike Huntley. But yeah, we did say it was going to go deep, and that's exactly the case.
Big turn here. Another treble would have left him.
95.
Another big treble would have left him on a two-tarter. Clark looking at 125 to steal the throw in the opening leg.
He'll start centre of the board. Well, in normal circumstances, on a 125, I have seen players start on the 15, but not for me. 58 left. His mind's a little bit of a mush. His decision-making questionable.
Michael, you require 120.
You just leave yourself forever chasing when you go the 15s on the 125. And Huntley may well be chasing the match because he's been unable to take out
23.
the 120, and he may be broken if Clark finally does convert tops.
Yeah, real scrappy opener for Mike Huntley's campaign on such an important game. Clark, solid as ever.
Matt Clark.
Break a throw, 17 darts.
Second leg, Matt 2 for row first. Game on.
Well, it's a win that Superman needs to save his day. And he's got that break that he needs at some point to secure the points
140.
here.
I think one of the most bizarre sort of responses from Matt Clark was that montage with Tommy Morris. Did you see the way they were getting involved in the Superman impression and the Tommy gun impression? Not something you'd associate with this man.
I get the sense they got under each other's skin there as Matt Clark piles in the game's first max. And look, you had Jose Justicia in the mix,
62.
then you could have a rather tempestuous finale tomorrow.
Well, we were getting a little bit excited because there was a bit of, testosterone flying about in his game with Rob Grundy, and out of nowhere they give each other a fist pump. So
105.
Each to their own.
Well, Clark here is motoring.
100.
Potential 11-darter to go 2-0 to the good.
Yeah, I think it's been a good hour since we've seen Mike Huntley. It's a good opportunity to get on the practice board, but it looks very rusty. Clark looking fantastic. 2 legs to nil. Rapid time.
Yeah, this is really good for Matt Clark.
For row first. Game on.
This is so quick. I'm looking at the fastest game we've ever had here at the Modus Super Series. 5 minutes 31. That must have been some match.
It was. Shane McGurk averaged 112 in a group he didn't
100.
even qualify out of at Champions Week 11 against Danny Van Tripe. Shane McGurk, who of course got his tour card early on this month, lost to Nathan Aspinall last night at the Winmore World
60.
Masters.
Whose writing is on the MSS records board, by the way?
Would you like to have one wild guess?
Because all that hard work I put into it has been rubbed out and
85.
someone's done it.
Would you like to have one wild guess whose handwriting could be that neat?
Must be Nico.
100%.
100.
I don't need whiteboards. I've got a massive database.
Phew.
$45. $83.
That database is quite impressive.
Why, thank you.
140.
You were trying to teach me algorithms and formulas yesterday, weren't you, Henry? You need to get out more.
180.
Yes. Anyway, that
Michael
is much more like it for Matt
131.
Clark. Things were just beginning to get a bit pedestrian, but that maximum leaves him on the cusp of a potential double break, which would put him 3-0 up and to within a leg of eliminating Michael Huntley from contention.
56 left.
91.
And the way Clark has
Matt,
been
you
playing.
require
But one
78.
thing I'd like to consider is players are running out and going 2-0 up and sort of hitting the skids a little bit. We haven't seen players really dominate matches. And that's an opportunity missed there from
38.
Clark.
Michael, you require 40.
Well, they say in football that 2-0 is a dangerous scoreline. Is it going to be dangerous to Matt Clark as Huntley looks at double 10? And just like his Welsh compatriot Gerwyn Price has to recompose after dropping a dart. Is he going to be as accurate as the Iceman?
30.
Just not his game, is it?
Matt, you require 40.
And the last person you need to miss and give an opportunity is Matt Clark. Look at the determination in that face. There's his marker. Can he execute this double 10? Come on, he says.
30.
That is a big opportunity that's gone a begging.
Michael, you require 10.
Michael Huntley has to be thankful he's been given this chance. And it's an opportunity
No
squandered,
score.
and the frustration's beginning to brim over
Matt, you
boiling
require
point
10.
now.
Yes, there was a game he had earlier where both players were missing doubles. He ended up hitting a double 2 to win that leg in the end.
Game shot
Not
on the
this
third
time.
leg.
Clark is
Matt
running
Clark.
away with this one. He leads 3-0 and 1 away.
Fourth leg, Matt.
Well,
to
the
Ferrer
first two legs was an
Game on.
exhibition of brilliance. The last one was him dragging his heels and finding a way no matter what, even if things weren't quite as straightforward as perhaps they should have been. But Matt Clark here has the throw to keep himself
99.
alive. It would mean that he'd take on Richard McKe in the final game of the session. He'd be on 10 points and with a really good legs difference. He'd have to actually then hope that
100.
Michael Huntley does him a favour in that game against Keanu in match 14.
Yeah, and in that match 14, you've got a player who's on the up. I think he'd be bouncing around Van Velzen at the moment. He's going to get an opportunity. It's been tougher than he anticipated today. But he still has a
59.
superb opportunity to qualify for Saturday night. But lurking in the background will be Matt Clark.
100.
That first dart is sat invitingly.
121.
It was very Matt Clark that, and really took his time. He appreciates that these are really big moments for him. A 4-0 win at this point right now is conserving energy.
60.
Then he's a little bit hoping on that penultimate game for Van Velzen. That'll be all guns blazing against McKe, who's already through.
However, if he doesn't find anything with the last dart, there's another opening for Huntley.
23 scored, yeah.
23 scored, 199 left.
42.
140 here. This leg has a different complexion.
Yeah, I'm not so sure how much Huntley's got left in the tank.
60.
He just looks so frustrated, doesn't he? And how many times can we sort of say, because when he looks back, I could have won this game, should have won that game, I could have been on these many points. It feels like it's another campaign that I'd be talking like that, Henry.
100.
Big last start. Lee's Clark got a 2-darter when he comes back to give himself the best possible chance. Well, from here, he should get at least a match start to still a 4-0 win, and it would mean then it will go down to the final round for Superman. The 3-time weekly winner in the past is looking at tops to wrap up a 4-0 win and to give himself a fighter's chance of qualification. As for Michael Huntley, he knows that defeat means elimination is now confirmed. It's another campaign at the Live Lounge, which has gone bye-to-bye for the Welshman. But for Matt Clark, he's very much alive and kicking. He has to hope that the result of Game 14 goes to plan before he plays Richard McKe right at the very end. But next up, Carl Wilkinson takes on Joshua Burksfield. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where the final round of matches on this Friday afternoon is about to get underway. Before the break, Matt Clark kept his hopes of qualification alive with a 4-0 win over Michael Huntley. That defeat has eliminated Babyface from contention. These two, well, they're not going to make it through. They're playing their final matches of the week. Joshua Burksfield and Carl Wilkinson.
First set, Carl to throw first.
Two dejected players, but two players that with a win may well be able to bolster their way up the table. Well, particularly for Carl Wilkinson. Joshua
85.
Burksfield minus 16, 4 points. Can't leapfrog Carl even with a 4-0 win, but Carl could move up to 4th place of a win in this one potentially. Trent's alongside me for this one. For these two, it's just about trying to finish on some kind of high, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just finishing it with that positive stride, isn't it, for either of these players. Wilkinson's had quite a stutter day. He's won 2 and lost 2 of them. And Burksfield just needs to go out there, as we said last time, and enjoy it. Try and get a win on the board here at closure. And we'll see how we go. But
60.
It's a tough one. I expected Wilkinson to be fighting more towards them top 2 spots. So to see him down there is a surprise. But let's see how we conclude today's action.
81.
Well, all the numbers going into this group pointed towards it. He was the 13-8 favourite, the bookies, to win this group. His numbers in Group A were very conducive. Averaged 87.5 over the course of 15 games. His doubling was in excess of 35%. He was hitting a lot of 180s, 11 of them over that Group A campaign. So going into it, there was no signs that there was going to be any sort of fallibility from Wilkie, but it's, for one reason or another, just not happened.
I have to ask you about it, Henry, to be fair, because it's not just 1 or 2 game of darts. It's obviously... It's a lot of games of darts that makes up this table. So 10 matches. What do you think it's been from Wilkinson that he's missed here to really be knocking on the door of the top 2 in this?
Things like this.
85.
An almost a 110 finish. And he's sometimes the type of player that just needs a little bit of a spark, and it just hasn't quite happened. And it kind of all stemmed from that 4-3 defeat to this man here yesterday afternoon, right at the very beginning of the session.
Carl, you require 25.
He's way off it on the double there, Burksfield, and that final dart. Wilkinson going into the 14s there on the 25. Means he has to burn a dart.
17.
Misses the shot at 4, so Burksfield steps up for
Joshua, you require
double
12.
6, 3 in hand. Won't want to go down to that awkward double 3 though if he lands inside it. Taking his time with it. It's blocked out. He's going to have to go all the way to the left side of the hockey.
6.
Goes inside. He's going to leave double 3. Stepped across there. It was a really awkward second dart. Stepping over, taking over quite a lot of the double.
And now down for double 2 for Wilkinson.
6.
He doesn't find. And Burksfield's in the trap door.
Joshua, you require 6.
No one mopping up the pieces here into 20 dart leg territory here. As Burksfield takes it out first time, he'll be very pleased with that, because if you go on the inside of the 3 there, the 1-double-1 combo.
Second leg, Joshua to throw first.
Burksfield gets the leg on the board against the darts.
There is a fear this game could potentially be a bit of a slog just because of the way both players' days have gone.
140.
For Carl Wilkinson, he'll just put this down to a bad couple of days. He knows he's going to be back. But for Joshua Burksfield, we mentioned it a little bit earlier on.
85.
It's an opportunity to put himself in the shop window. An opportunity to say, right, even if I don't qualify here, put in a good enough display to see myself back another time. Because the qualifiers are tough. And there's top players that struggle to make it through. And so it's not a cast iron guarantee you can get through that time after time.
And that's why that last game, this game, is so important, isn't it? Although he can't get through, just that walking away from the venue, walking off stage with a convincing win or a good performance will leave people with something to remember, and him to walk away with something positive as well. He's got the 1-0 lead at the minute, but he'll just want a decent, strong performance here. He's obviously average middling in around the 75s, hasn't he, across today and yesterday. So
100.
If he can up that and be sharp on the doubles, then he walks away with a positive final performance.
And this is a good scout to have, because Carl Wilkinson is somebody who on the county circuit, which is where
60.
Josh plays a lot of his darts, it's a big scout to have. He's somebody so prolific A Yorkshireman who's forever drafted into the big games, the big moments when their team needs something, he usually conjures something up. It would be a big win for Joshua if he can complete the double over Wilkie.
Yeah, as you alluded to earlier with Glenn, he's got that England team experience as well. So to beat someone like that and step up on stage and pick up another win will give him confidence walking out of this Week 2 Modus experience.
Well, the 1-2-2 isn't going to go, so Burksfield looking at a ton. And Wilkinson there, by slipping with the last dart, left himself on a free darter if he comes back.
Sloppy last dart, wasn't it, from Wilco? Going for the tops. It's wayward on that second dart, but...
Carl, you require 99. $79.
Just under.
Joshua
That would have been lovely
60.
to mop up the leg there after that bit of sloppy play just before from Wilkinson. But now Burksfield, you'd expect to come back and take this. 2 darts in hand at tops to take a 2-0 lead.
20.
Which he doesn't take.
Carl, you require
And so Wilkinson
20.
here being handed a reprieve. He
Game
makes
shot on the
no
second
mistake of the invitation on double 10 to break back one apiece.
Powerful, dominant dart there, wasn't it? He
Third leg,
stepped up.
Carl to throw first.
And he
Game
looked
on.
like he knew that was going to go in. It went right in the centre of the double 10 bed. And confidently puts him back on level terms at 1-1. And he's got the darts back now.
60.
An instant break back from that throw.
True Yorkshire grit.
That's the one. Northern Soul.
Anything north of the
96.
Watford Gap, right? And the aching frustration here for Carl will be, where was this when I needed it? Dart players are very fickle animals. They always wonder what if. If something goes to plan at the wrong time, they think, well, where was it when I desperately needed it? Where was it when I was right under it and I could have done with that ton forward, I could have done with that ton, I could have done with that ton plus checkout.
80.
And all of a sudden, the mind will just whirl and it will go back to moments in game 1, game 2. And Carl Wilkinson probably will stem it all back to the opening meeting between this pair where he had darts to beat Joshua Burksfield, didn't win it, and it kind of set the tone for his campaign.
So those missed chances, isn't it? Is whether you move on from them or they sort of stick in your mind. And it's not been that's been the case this time
45.
for Wilkinson. He's just having a long, hard look at his darts there as he walked away from the board. A couple of them strayed into the 5 section on that previous visit before.
96.
It's a game that's being played at quite a laboured pace, isn't it? There's not too much pressure on either of the players here going into the final one.
The 2 players that will be rather thankful when this match is
96.
completed. Simple as
Joshua
that.
require 152.
Well, it'd be a beautiful finish from Burksfield here, wouldn't it? And he set it up with his first dart. Wilkinson will be back for the 80.
100. Carl, you require
Box office
80.
if he goes for the tops, but strays into the 5 again.
40.
Well, how many times have we seen
require
that on
52.
approach? Miss big numbers from Carl Wilkinson.
Double 16 for Burksfield here. Just readjusts himself. And in
Game
it
shot on the
goes.
Third leg. Joshua Burksfield.
Confident finish to that first leg from Joshua
Fourth leg,
Burksfield.
Joshua to throw first.
And
Game
he
on.
regains a 2-1 lead. Wilkinson just burning too many darts in that leg there. There was a couple of opportunities for him to set it up and have 2 darts in hand, but just straying off into odd numbers.
55.
And he'll be disappointed with that, especially with his experience on the hockey.
I'll tell you one thing, he will be livid with the fact that he's just been broken in 18 there.
85.
Nobody wants to win their throw in this game, do they?
It's a breakathon.
Is it going to be a 4th straight leg that we see a break, a throw?
125.
Take us to 2-all if so.
$81.
Just a 1 treble visit there for Wilkinson. We've got the big game up next. Keanu van Velzen, Michael Huntley.
41.
as we still wait and find out who else is going to be playing tomorrow night and occupy that second position. It's been going ebb and flow all across the afternoon. It's been a really
100.
confident afternoon from Richie McKe, hasn't it? But Keanu van Velzen getting himself back on track after them 3 defeats at the start of the afternoon. And now that Michael Huntley is out of contention, he will fancy himself for that with what's the line.
Well, Keanu van Velzen has to treat it as a knockout game. It may not necessarily be knockout, but he has to expect that Matt Clark beats Richard McKe. That's got to be the mindset. So get your job done, treat it as a knockout, and then you don't need to worry about the permutations in the last because you're through.
You sat there with no fingernails if you Keanu van Velzen, aren't you? And you lose that game and you're watching Matt Clark against McKe.
Oh, you require 140.
Knowing that McKe's already on the beach, he's through. Matt Clark's throwing for a place at finals night.
I don't want to be on the beach in Portsmouth in January, I'll tell you that for nothing.
100.
Bring your coat if you
Take
are.
a brave man, wouldn't it? No finish available here for Burksfield then, so Wilkinson will have a chance to break throw once again.
81.
4th straight break.
Oh, you require 40.
Potentially on the cards here. And he does it in
Enter on
one
the
dart.
fourth
Once
leg.
again, confidently
Wilkinson.
stepping up. And
Fifth
nobody
leg,
wants to
Carl
win
to
their throw.
throw
It's
first.
2 apiece
Come on.
after 4 legs. Now Wilkinson with the darts in hand.
I love that. Carl Wilkinson moonwalking back down the stage
96.
to illustrate the fact he's broke once more. But probably more a point to himself because the 2 times he's had the throw in this game, he's been easily broken. And someone like Carl Wilkinson would take pride in the fact
85.
that he's difficult to beat. And Joshua Burksfield's been able to win in 6 visits to break his throw. That will disgust Wilkie. Simple as that.
100.
For Wilkinson's standard, though, there's been far too many stray darts. So for him, he'll be happy the fact that he's probably on level terms at this stage. And now, of course, has the chance to go ahead
100.
with the darts in hand. And break this trend that we've got going on in this game thus far.
140.
Breaking the trend of breaks.
That's it. And that was a great visit there. Leaves the 165. Burksfield well back on the 316, but this would be a perfect time for a 180, and it's a typical commentator's curse.
100.
Well, a maximum visit was all Burksfield could have done to have left himself on a finish there. Wilkinson 6 to get the first hold of this contest, and how prized it would be.
79.
Gone across to the 18s there and straight into the 4s, but still very handy in this leg is Wilkinson. Needs a treble, Burksfield, to put at
55.
least a bit of pressure
Oh,
on. And he just drops the head
86.
there, throws his arms down, looking a little bit limp, Burksfield. As he's gone for the ball and straight outside of it. Shake of the head from Wilkinson.
37. Joshua require 161.
And he may not be able to make it through, but this may well make it onto his personal highlight reel forever and a day if this is converted. Treble 17.
97.
He would have been willing it in.
Carl,
Wilkinson looking at 49.
No disrespect to Wilkinson, but we were all willing that in. It would have been such a massive positive boost for Burksfield.
33.
Who's
Joshua
looked a
requires
little bit
64.
laboured out there today and throwing his arms around a little bit. That would have been so beautiful for him to have pinned that 161.
48.
He misses the opportunity to take out the 64 there after setting it up initially.
Carl, you require
And
16.
Wilkinson comes back to, as you mentioned, Henry, break the
James
brakes,
on
and
the
he does
fifth
so.
leg. Carl Wilkinson.
Takes a 3-2 lead. Back to Burksfield it goes, and
Sixth
Wilkinson
leg,
just
Joshua
one leg
to
away.
throw first. Game on.
And he'll finish the day with 3 victories and 2 defeats.
100.
And he won't need a rocket scientist to tell him exactly where it went wrong. It all went wrong yesterday, picking up just that one win. But
43.
you look at some of the games he played yesterday. There was a lot of games that went 4-3. Lost 4-3 to Van Velzen right at the very last. He lost 4-2 to Michael Huntley. Lost 4-2 to Richard
100.
McKe. Lost 4-3 to Joshua Burksfield. Every game he played yesterday went tight, but he just found himself on the wrong end of margins.
I know the bookmakers' odds can always sway, but they had him at 100-1 to make that top 2 at the start of proceedings today, Carl Wilkinson. So it showed the tall order and the task that he had at hand in his matches today.
60.
You probably could have put another couple of zeros on top of that. But this has been a spirited response, as you'd expect from Carl. A very proud man, a very proud Yorkshireman. And there's a lot of competition in that part of the world. The likes of him, Sam
30.
Spivey, Charlie Manby, Graham Usher, Tom Sykes. They all like the little bit of a one-up of one another.
Yeah, great competitive
60.
darts over there, isn't it? So many good players of all ages coming through. Like, say, you just mentioned the likes of Charlie Manby, brilliant young player that's done some great stuff on this stage, and also, of course, making his name at the 2026 World Championships on his debut as well. So great to see young players coming through on that patch, and it gives that competitive element. It drives each player on as well, doesn't it, when you're all from the same sort of vicinity.
Ball for the match. Ball would have been some way to have rounded off his campaign.
Joshua require 128.
Can we see a ton plus out from Burksfield to pile the pressure on and take us to a deciding leg? Not this time.
56.
And it's Wilkinson that steps up then.
41.
Suspect he'll go 9 for double 16 for the match.
9.
He burns them. So Burksfield will come back for the 72, and it surprises me there, uncharacteristic for him to miss them too.
Well, one last reprieve. One last stay of execution for Joshua Burt. So it's only going to be the one dart at double top to take us all the way.
And that about sums up Joshua Burksfield's couple of days here
Carl, you require 32.
at the Modus Live Lounge, just straight into the double 5. He leaves double 15. And this time, Carl Wilkinson rounds it off. A 4-2 victory over Joshua Burksfield to conclude his week 2 action. Not the result overall Ida wanted, but a good performance in response at the end, averaging 79, 26% on the checkouts, but more importantly, rounding out with a victory and confidently taking out some of those doubles at the end. Carl Wilkinson, a 4-2 winner over Joshua Burksfield.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. This is how the table looks in Group C. Richard McKe safely through to tomorrow night's final. Win here. Well, Keanu van Velzen would see him join the Northern Irishman into Saturday night at the expense of Matt Clark, who's waiting in the wings to take on McKe in the final game of the group to try and join the man from Northern Ireland into the Saturday night showpiece. But first things first, Keanu van Velzen has his fate in his hands. Beats Michael Huntley, he is through. Game 15 is a dead rubber. For Michael, well, he had some hope going into the final couple of rounds of play, but a 4-0 defeat to Matt Clark in his previous match in Game 12 put paid to any floating hopes he had. But for Keanu van Velzen, who, it has to be said, got off to a nervy start against Joshua Burksfield, did then find his rhythm towards the end of that contest.
100.
He knows the magnitude of what's at stake. Can he keep his cool, Glenn Durrant?
Yeah, great question, Henry, and only time was going to tell that one, but I felt it was a very deflated Mike Huntley who was walking
100.
off the stage in his previous game, that 4-0 loss to Matt Clark. So you've got two players there. You've got one in Keanu van Velzen, he can say exactly what he wants
64.
to do. That can bring its own dramas in because you want it too much. Then you've got a player there who's playing for absolutely nothing, and you can start beginning to play a free-flowing game and almost get frustrated with a sense that
81.
Where was this earlier? But if you put me on the spot, I'd have to say I fancy Van Velzen to see out this game, and for me that would be the best two players going through.
134.
I think McKe, Van Velzen, Matt Clark's definitely the right top three when you look at the group as a whole. Huntley, I think, will look at this as a real bit of disappointment because last year he really turned a corner at the Live Lounge.
80.
There was a point around about this period of 2025 where we were thinking he's at a bit of a crossroads. Can he establish his stage game as good as his floor game? He improved.
99.
But he'll feel as if this is a chance that's come and gone for him, particularly when he looks at this group of players, without disrespect. Out of these six, he'd look at them and think, I've got a chance of being the best two without any shadow of a doubt.
180.
Van Velzen, he is those 180s. They're the kind of things as well. You didn't do this 10 minutes ago against Matt Clark, so this is what it's all about for double 18. Just takes his time, gets his breathing right, never takes his eyes off the target.
68. Michael, you require 60.
Break opportunity. And this is a dart that Michael Huntley's throwing, which is for Matt Clark as much as it is for himself.
40.
But those chances have come to pass.
Yes, imagine putting yourself in the mindset of Matt Clark right now. He's probably practicing for his next game.
36.
But at the same time, when you're seeing the one person you need to hit those doubles miss, and give an opportunity to this young man as he looks at double 18. This for a 1-0 lead.
Game shot on the first leg.
He's holding it together.
Keanu van Velzen.
He's a very confident young man, is Keanu van Velzen. You can just tell.
Second leg, Michael to
And he's 3 legs away from his place into Saturday's final.
Yeah, you said off air to me, didn't you? You said he's got that little bit of a strut about him, but I see that as a positive. You don't want to be shy and retired when you're up there. You want to, as long as you're respectful, and when you get up there, it's almost like it's an alter ego. You become a different person up there, and I think that's really, really important. So it's that
58.
fine balance of that respect and also of having that determination to see the job through.
And you can very much have that alter ego on the stage. Just ask Paul the Asset Nicholson.
180.
A man who we both know is one of the most kind and respectful people you'll ever meet. But on that stage, he was a shirt and tied guy that was not shy of anything.
He was a wonderful character. If I ever did write a book, I have a hilarious story of an exhibition with Paul Nicholson. We played a game where it was a brilliant game in a golf club at St Andrews. 4-3 it was either way. I can't remember who won. Next day, I had to lose the game
89.
because I was at work the next day.
Michael, you require 121.
Suddenly he decides he doesn't want to hit anything. And I get an opportunity to win the game. Of course, I'm aiming to miss the game. I've missed the double. I threw 3 darts like Ricky Evans. They all go in the double.
So Durrant 1, Nicholson 0.
Not that I wanted it to. My driver looked and said, "What? We're meant to be going home."
60. Michael, you require 64.
Anyway, Michael looking at 64 to equalise the game. 2 singles leave the double. And the double pinned with a plum. 15 data. We're on terms.
So the feeling that Huntley has now, Henry, is the feeling that you want when you're in the situation that you're Van Velzen. So Van Velzen's playing a game, a must-win scenario. Mike Huntley's got no real emotion in his body, no nerves in his body. And you just want to try and get that happy medium between that.
I spent a lot of time with Trina Gulliver, and that she says is you've got to try and find a way of it meaning nothing when it means absolutely everything.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say.
58.
I would say at the age of Van Velzen, you don't really have that scar tissue as well. You know, you're not, shouldn't be overthinking. You talk about that strut, that confidence, that's got to come out now. But you can see him, he's blowing in the background there. He's sucking in air, he's feeling it. But that's all part and parcel. He was desperate to get here on Saturday night. It hasn't gone well today for him. But he could finish on a real high.
100.
He can feel it in his fingers, he can feel it in the toes, and the tension's all around him. And that sense and feeling will grow if Huntley can continue to pile in like this.
85.
Wasn't that a wet, wet, wet song you're going on about here?
14 weeks at number 1, wasn't it? 1994, 4 weddings and a funeral.
Honestly, you really need to get out, Mott.
That's why we win the quiz, pal.
Have you been got the quiz without me?
Me and Sam Molyneux are a dream team, I'll have you know.
He said he was good. He did warn me. He said he loves quizzes.
We won 3 cocktails, courtesy of the bonus round. But who's going to get the Brucey bonus of Saturday night? Is it going to be Keanu van Velzen or Matt Clark? Clark needs Huntley to win. Van Velzen's got his fate in his own hands. And that 140's left himself on a single to double if this is not converted.
Yeah, what I would say there, you've got a player who hasn't got that emotion. He just wants to pretty much get up that stage. And that big shout out there, Huntley's gone, all right, okay. That's what you want. Not something I'd recommend, Keanu.
137.
Listen that.
Forget eye for an eye, it's war for raw. Double top.
Game shot
Do
on
the
third leg.
Van Velzen 2 and up.
Velzen.
And halfway towards qualification.
Full flag, Michael to Faro first. Game on.
What's the biggest roar you've heard on that? There's one that made me jump.
Johan Brouwer.
Yeah, I watched him from... Yeah, he's a bizarre character,
55.
Isn't he?
I needed noise defenders and a soundproof commentary box for that guy. There was one moment where Charlie Manby completely lost it. Yeah. And I mean lost it.
Was that the finals night with the crowd,
60.
though?
Yes. Against Conan Whitehead. And put it this way, at 8 o'clock in the UK on television, we could not apologise quick enough.
Emotions together, and then he let rip. Similar to you yesterday,
95.
Actually. You got really angry.
Well, a win for Huntley will give Matt Clark a sniff at qualification. And Huntley is trying his best to do his side of the bargain, leaves himself on the big fish after 9. And Van Velzen is on a pre-bogey number. Even a max won't leave him on a finish. So Huntley's going to get time and space to send us to effectively a best of 3 here.
There's been a few times when... We'll have a look at this 170 finish first. Well, I've had a few times where Van Velzen has screamed and shout, but then it hasn't backed you up for a couple of minutes.
40.
And they're the kind of things that you sort of need to learn. I often talk about managing, because when that adrenaline is pumping through your body, it feels different when you're throwing. You feel the shakes. And I don't think it saved the shout until after you've won it.
100.
Well, Peter Manley used to say that when he did the dancing around the stage, I know a different discipline, but it used to take him a couple of legs to get going.
And on the other way from that, as Huntley looks at bullseye,
83.
Damon had to change his whole way of walking because he wanted that adrenaline through his body.
Although I wouldn't recommend walking on with a real barrow in Hildesheim.
Good win for him last night.
134.
Van Gerwen winning that game.
47.
I think a lot of people did the way he's been playing at the minute, but double 16 levels this one up at 2-2. We have a best of 3. This is going down to the wire. You just sense it. And Michael Huntley is enjoying every single second of it. He's enjoying making Keanu squirm.
The smile was there because I assumed Keanu said good darts.
81.
But the way, the reaction of Huntley right now, like I said, Huntley looked like a player who just like, let's get this over with. I'm so disappointed the way it's gone today. Then he screamed. He's brought him
60.
to life.
Hey, he's a man who's played rugby in the past. You don't need to give him a second invitation to a confrontation. You want a scrap? We'll have a scrap.
Hey, calm down, lad.
44.
Were you a rugby player with your small hands?
I was the kicker. No, I was the kicked.
140.
I was more table tennis at school, I'll be honest.
I'll only believe you if you know what Shriver is. So you know nothing about table tennis if you don't know what Shriver is.
I just hit the ping pong ball and hit it quite well, that was all.
60.
But who can throw the darts to the most effect? Because this is just beginning to get a little bit nervy, a little bit tense, particularly for Keanu van Velzen. But in this passage of play against Joshua Burksfield, he managed to find his best stuff. He managed to claw himself out the gutter.
$140.
Great response.
Keanu require 117.
Still advantage Van Velzen. Huntley just can't take the smile off his face. Treble 19. Back to the 18s.
93.
That's a superb last start there.
Michael, you require 101.
But do you fancy this?
Well, I feel like you have got to drag Michael Huntley off this stage. He is enjoying every single part of this contest. But he's not going to find the treble 19. Wrong side of the wire. Van Velzen's going to get 3 at double 12 to go 1 away.
He so wants to spoil the party of Van Velzen now. He's making him wait. You can see Van Velzen just pacing up and down.
77.
Well, this is massive. This to go 1 away. Same routine, the little touch of the right foot, the drying of the hands. Again, it's just about getting that balance right. Don't take too long. This is a process he uses every single time. Big moments for the young man.
Double 6. Nervy. Perfect.
Game on the 5th leg.
Well, you didn't need us to tell you that Keanu van Velzen hit that. Michael Huntley steps to the back of the stage. He's enjoying this. He can't help but crack a smile. But Matt Clark will be rather pensive in the practice room right now. Van Velzen in the background telling himself to calm himself down because he's a leg away. A leg from qualification and a leg from a place into Saturday night's final on his debut here.
Oh, this is really good. He's so likeable. I get the sense that you're liking his style, you know, whether it's got to do with what Marvin has done on that stage as well, but I've got no problem at all the way he's reacting, that youth, that enthusiasm. You know, this is a big contest for him. Get there on Saturday. Imagine the reactions then.
In this game, and then bemoan somebody who gives us a bit of gusto. But I tell you what, can you imagine him against Richie Burnett potentially tomorrow night?
100.
Then we will see the full machismo and the full show.
What I would say is Brother Marvin didn't care what others...
No?
You mentioned the fact that he was involved, I mean, of all players, Conan Whitehead, you know those types of players, he didn't care. who he bothered. He's followed
58.
his brother. He's watched him. He's been inspired by him. He wants to get on that stage. If I remember rightly, when he won the title on there, Keanu was the first on the stage.
Yeah, Marvin got involved with Conan Whitehead and Steve Rest in a Super Series version of WrestleMania.
Not Royal Rumble?
81.
Can't pronounce it. Anyway, 116. For Huntley to level up, to take us the whole hog. The whole 7 legs, and that is classy. That is so classy for Michael Huntley, and he's giving it back. He's giving it back. I don't know if Keanu van Velzen saw that, but if he did, he would have liked a bit of it.
First. Game on.
A fist bump before a big leg. He's loving it.
The stereotypical spoiler. And this was a game where he just, at the beginning of it, the issue became is when Keanu celebrated.
60.
I reckon if he hits a ton, he might give it some here. I just get the sense it is one of those contests that's got to that point where they just want to show a bit of peacockery. However, that is a big, big, big let-off for Van Velzen.
Yeah, because every time Van Velzen's thrown a dart, it means something to him. This is terrific. That is brilliant. Under the circumstances, after the response from Huntley, he's got a big lead here.
I love these sorts of games. It's got a bit of edge on it. Bit of needle involved.
Steady ton. Now the bonus. Stay nice and straight. That'll
95.
do absolutely nice.
206 points away. Michael Huntley's had his fun in the sun, but maybe it's Keanu van Velzen who's going to stay for the Saturday showdown.
Or maybe not, because that 140 leaves the door ajar now for Huntley. He's the player who's enjoying the situation. Nervy darts. Now look at them. He's spraying them about. He's talking to himself. He's fidgety. That's what it's like.
9.
Doesn't surprise me in the slightest. Gather your thoughts, young man. Because Huntley looks great. He wants to spoil the party.
135.
And look at Van Velzen in the exclusion zone. He can't get to the hockey quick enough.
What could go wrong for Van Velzen today
59.
did go wrong.
Michael, you require
Is it
105.
all going pear-shaped? Treble 15. Leaves double top.
65.
Incredible. Match dart. Van Velzen all over the place. And still a tough finish to come.
The 138.
Keanu, you require 138.
Michael Huntley had a famous battle against a guy who hit a 138 before. Is he going to be beaten by the 138? This would be some way to have sent himself through. He stayed on the treble 20,
84.
couldn't find. Huntley back for the match.
Michael, you
great
require
effort.
40.
But for the ultimate spoiler roll, it's a beautiful first dart.
20.
Wow. Well.
Keanu van Velzen sets himself in the background, returning needing 54 points to confirm of his place through to tomorrow night's final.
Keanu, you require 54.
You can tell what it means to him. He takes his time. He sets himself up for the biggest moment of his fledgling career so far. His brother is a former champion in this building.
14.
But Keanu van Velzen has missed 2 darts at tops to head through to
Michael,
Saturday
you require
night.
20.
Drama here at the Modus Super Series. Double 5.
15.
Absolutely incredible.
Spare thought for Matt Clark right now. He's in Shrewsbury as much as Keanu van Velzen is.
He gets a second crack, does KVV,
Keanu, you require
to
40.
make it through to Saturday night and follow in his brother's footsteps. Huge moment, huge start.
Game shot. And
a huge sense of relief for Keanu van Velzen. He's into tomorrow night's final. But my word, did he have to do it the hard way. He won every game on Thursday, but he had to go for tomorrow night's final. His brother's going to be here, and his army's going to be here. Keanu van Velzen 4, Michael Huntley 3, and it means our final match between Matt Clark and Richard McKe is a dead rubber. Keanu van Velzen, by the skin of his teeth in the end, has qualified through to tomorrow night's final. He joins Richard McKe into the Saturday Showdown on his debut here on the south coast of England. Let's hear from him now. He's catching up with Trent.
Well, Keanu, I can see the emotion on your face. Talk to me about how you're feeling right now.
Happy and relieved. Yesterday started good. 5 out of 5 wins, and today I lost the first 3 games. I thought it can be possible that I don't go through, and then the 4th game I won, and the last game it was crazy.
Well, as far as holding your nerve goes, you mentioned it there. You lost your first 3 games, but then coming back with them 2 vital wins at the end, especially when there's missed match starts, you must be just delighted to get over the line.
Yeah, what I said, the 4th game, it was, I need that because I was mental, not into it, but it was a roller coaster the whole day. Yesterday it was good, but now I'm happy that I'm go over the line.
This must feel huge for you to be coming back again tomorrow as well.
Yeah. I'm happy. The support with me, my brother, good friends, my girlfriend. It's the support of my parents.
140.
I'm happy.
Well, you speak about your brother there. We, of course, know what he's done on this stage. Is he and your family going to be here to support you tomorrow, the Marvin Army?
I don't know. 2 good friends of me and my girlfriend and my brother are here. I will see. I'm happy to come back tomorrow. Yeah.
Of course, it's always good to win, but tell me about how nice it'll be to look back and see your family there supporting you.
That's crazy. That's I can't believe it that I'm through to tomorrow.
Well, Keanu, you are through to tomorrow. Massive congratulations.
Yes, thank you, man.
Cheers, Keanu. And so, Matt Clark and Richard McKe. And as you can see, Matt's got off to a lightning fast start in this game. On a finish after 9. Barely time for us to catch breath, Glenn.
Yeah, I think we sort of labelled this game as a dead rubber, but for Richard McKe, a win here would mean he tops Group C. A little bit of kudos going into it, and it does have an impact of which draw that you go into tomorrow night as well. But as Henry mentioned, it's been a super quick start from Matt Clark, who's produced the goods today. I think he'll look back at those mid-games yesterday afternoon where he had that really good start. But I think he looks in good shape and fine fettle as Matt Clark, and I'm sure he'll be back.
78.
As for Richard McKe, he's climbed his mountain. Clark couldn't climb to tops to take the opening leg, though.
Yeah, we spoke with Richie yesterday. He speaks so well. Just one of those players that were really easy to interview. But the one concern he had was just that injury. I think what he'd like to do is get this game done and dusted. And there's something you mentioned yesterday. He's got, 30 hours in preparation for tomorrow night, which is absolutely ideal.
On the first leg, Matt Clark.
Absolutely ideal in the opening leg for Matt Clark. Has he impressed you this week?
Well,
I think the truth is we didn't quite know what to expect, and Group A didn't quite go to plan. He'll be the first to admit that, but we speak about reset mentality, we speak about bounce back ability, and he's most certainly done that in this Group C. And I'd like to see him back. I'd like to see him back. Maybe in a Group B in the next series. I think it'd be good to see Matt back on a more regular basis.
Yeah, well, he did it the hard way, didn't he? Come through the Modus qualifiers. I mean, I know on the ADC what big news they are. I was watching the Yorkshire qualifier, the North East qualifier this week.
95.
The vaults at the ADC seem to be working, don't they? They are the best of threes. You move into the semi-finals and finals, but lots of players are getting that winning feeling and that pathway to be on that stage and produce the goods.
Let's look at the score.
98.
Glances across. Did the right thing, but not correctly. Can't fault a man for trying, but it didn't quite work out.
44.
Yeah, it's been a long day. I think the realisation's just kicked in as well.
43.
Yeah, so it's your final game of the week. I'm going to once again put you on the spot with just a couple of questions about the week as Richie looks at the 164.
96.
The 3 qualifiers overnight.
125.
Maybe save it for the next leg as well as Matt Clark looks at the 125. How will they be feeling? He stuck to that plan of the 15s for the tops. Oof, nearly busted it in the end.
Richard, you require 68.
Not for the first time have we seen that type of scenario nearly happen. McKe double 4, 1-1.
Shot on the second leg. Richard McKe.
May well be one of those games at the end of the session that goes the whole 7 legs.
Third leg, Matt to Faro first. Game on.
So going into tomorrow night, Tommy Modus, you know him really well. How do you think he's feeling? And I mean, we've just heard from Keanu van Velzen and Richard
97.
McKe. What do you think the mindset is for the three of them?
I think Tommy's thinking about time. He's been here a lot, but he hasn't got that weekly win yet. But he'll be hoping that this year he's turning a corner, Tommy Modus, because I think last year he was at a bit of a crossroads. A player that we know has got potential, but maybe hasn't fulfilled it as much as he should have. But a good run on the Challenge Tour last weekend means that he's now in a position where he's going to get a Pro Tour call up for the first time. Can he back it up on this stage? That's the big question. We've got high expectations of Tommy, which is why we perhaps talk about him more frivolously than we do others. I think he'll feel this is his opportunity to finally break the duck.
Yeah, very good. And yeah, I think one thing we can say now, it's been a sort of discussion of like the games have been played at a
58
staccato pace, a methodical pace, but with the likes of Tommy, with the likes of Richie McKe and Keanu, I don't think we're going to be a late night tomorrow night, you know.
Faulty.
You can if you like, but I won't be there.
Will you be watching? Genuine question, because you know that my Saturday night is often with a
100.
With a glass of Pepsi, watching the Modus Super Series finals. I love it.
Well, I have been in a couple of pubs which does have Pluto TV on, so I shall see after my Saturday
49.
night curry whether the landlord will be giving and asking permission.
You're not putting yourself through Portsmouth versus West Brom, are you?
Oh, I am.
33.
That's why I'm going to be in the pub before. Liverpool-Newcastle tomorrow night as well at 8 o'clock.
44.
There's a family of friends could come down and watch the Modus Super Series.
That had a grand total of 0 to the audience, me and my army of friends.
61.
I don't have friends. I just have associates that I work with.
$39. Matt, you
Just see
require
the
92.
intensity of a game of a player who was doing everything he could to qualify for Saturday night. This one doesn't have that feel. Does it have the quality?
84. Richard, you require 129.
I fancy this, Glenn. I fancy it. I don't fancy it.
59. Matt, you require 8. Game
Well,
shot on
Matt
the
Clark
third
fancied
leg.
that.
Matt Clark.
And he's 2-1-2 the goods.
Fourth leg, Richard to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, so just a reminder, if McKe doesn't win this game, he'll finish runner-up in Group C. Van Velzen somehow will top the group. He was 8-15 to top the group before the dart was thrown today, but it didn't go as planned. But he could get that desired target of still topping the group. McKe
100.
will have his say. And a beautiful start to this fourth leg. Can he back it up?
No is the answer, the emphatic answer.
Do you think we'll get a 9-darter on this stage in 2026?
Yes. But I don't think it'll happen this week.
I'll tell you what, with the quality
54.
that's there next week, there's every possibility. I'm looking forward to that.
I reckon we might get our first
100.
Specials Week 9 this year. The most likely contender is probably the Rising Stars. I don't fit. I'll be honest, and I'll be happy to be proven wrong.
59.
But I'm very doubtful we'll see a double start 9-darter here.
Richard, you require 121.
Will we see a 1-2-1 finish for a 12-dart is the question. And there is the answer.
39.
Well, this game kind of pitter-pattering. McKe 82 to
81.
get us to Desmond
Richard, you
Point.
require 82.
68 points left. Just double checking the score there with your opponent. Or is he having just a little bit of fun out there?
Well, Matt Clark might be here to ruin his fun.
83. Richard, you require
Would have expected
31.
more after Dart 1. $13 for double eight.
Game's
Double
on
eight
the fourth
found.
leg. Richard
And we are
McKe.
level at 2-2.
Fifth
Yes, he
leg,
did say
Matsu for
being a
first.
chef.
Game on.
He did say he didn't want you in the comms box. He'd rather have Mitchell in.
Oh, my. I feel sorry for poor Chris Murphy.
123.
Good deal with you tonight.
I tell you what, he gave me a hard time last night, just as much as you normally do. I stayed professional.
$100.
Scott Mitchell's back next week. Really looking forward to spending 3 days in his company for another game of darts or two.
99.
Yes, it's Laura Turner tomorrow night. Looking forward to seeing Laura. Be great to see it. Good
60.
crowd in here. Perfect first start.
85.
And they always ask the question for someone like Richie McKe, do you really want to go into a Saturday night on the back of a defeat? I'm sure his argument would be that, you know, the job was done. The foot's off the accelerator pedal just a
59.
little bit. Just, once again, demonstrates for someone like Richie. And he needs that intensity.
140.
But Matt Clark blowing him away at the moment. Another excellent leg of darts. Potential 14 darter.
58. Matt, you require
Defeat
54.
would mean that McKe would be unable to trump Van Velzen in this group. Tops. Double 10.
44.
Inside. The pair.
And as we know, it can get a little bit smelly when you're going that double five as well. It can go badly wrong.
82.
So
Matt, you
gets him
require
down
10.
to a finish. Looks like he's going direct for it. It's the professionalism that I like.
Sixth flag, Richard to throw
We
first.
called it
Game
the
on.
dead rubber there, but for Matt Clark, nothing's changed. He hasn't tried anything. He hasn't sped up here. Everything remains the same. He wants to leave
43.
here on the back of a win. And what you could say, I mean, it's what could have been for Matt Clark. There was just those couple of hours yesterday where he'd like to have back.
It's been all about players that have been able to
85.
make best use of opportunities, and nobody typifies that more in this group than Richie McKe.
Well, you had a feeling this was going to go the 7 legs.
100.
Look at the scoreboard there for Matt Clark.
$100.
Yeah, you probably have to call Richard McKe the tungsten turkey the way he's gobbled opportunities up.
140. $100.
He's a player where he goes underneath the treble 20. Will persevere and stay there.
58.
Manoeuvres away onto the 18 with a last dart to leave that 160 finish. Matt Clark, can he find a big one?
44. Richard, you require 160.
Well, he said he'd check out on 129. He has been the master of the big finishes in his Group C campaign.
60.
What chance here for Clark if he can get it down? 100 certainly far from a gimme. I'll tell you what, this match could be coming to its climax. Because that is an absolute beautiful setup.
This should require 100.
Now or never for McKe. Tots has to be. The bed's blocked. First hit.
80.
Second just underneath. Clark back for 32.
May require 32.
For the match. And a 4-2 win.
Game
Matt
shot.
Clark wins
And a
his
match.
final game. It
Clark.
means Keanu van Velzen's going to win the group. For Richard McKe, he's got the job done in terms of qualifying through to Saturday night. That was objective number 1 for him. For Matt Clark, well, opportunity missed for him as far as making it through is concerned. That's the tail of the tape from the final match of the afternoon. Matt Clark, a 4-2 winner over Richard McKe. So let's have a look at how this afternoon's gone then. These are the results from the final few games, and it was a group which went all the way down to the wire, but it was that 4-3 win for Keanu van Velzen that sealed his place into tomorrow night's final.
Yeah, it's been a really competitive group. I think the right two players have gone through. The story was all about Keanu van Velzen. Those 5 out of 5 yesterday. The errors came in early doors. He didn't panic. He stayed disciplined. And for me, Henry, the top 2 players have got through to what's going to be a really exciting Saturday night.
Well, as you can see, Matt Clark missed out by a couple of points. Keanu van Velzen wins the group on legs difference from Richard McKe in second place. Carl Wilkinson, Michael Huntley and Joshua Burksfield round up the rest of the table. And so we now know 3 of the 6 players that have qualified through to tomorrow night's final. Tommy Morris exploded his way into Saturday's showdown. The gun firing on all cylinders to win Group A. Group B, David Wazowski, Richie Burnett, Mark Dubbridge, Rob Grundy and Jose Justicia are in action. Keanu van Velzen and Richard McKe making it through. Right, let's see what's coming up then across Pluto TV. And coming up next, we've got the Royal Rumble. Yes, it's finally here. And you can watch it all in its glory in a few moments' time. Then Group B, Rob Grundy in action from 10 o'clock. And then Keanu van Velzen, one of the players, through to finals night tomorrow from 7:30 p.m. And then Radek Zagansky, one of a number of players in action in what is a star-studded week 3. That's kicking off on Monday morning from 9:30 a.m. But from Glenn Dowen and myself, Henry Deacon, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you tonight from 10. Take care. Bye-bye for now.
We now get round to our Royal Rumble challenge. The new Modus Super Series champion.
Oh my word! It's another incredible moment tonight.
Jeff Smith.
It's match down.
5-star performer, and the bullseye is hit.
It's double
Johnny Magnet.
You will be disappointed with that, Hugh.
Graham Usher wins the first game of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper. He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one is it? It's the hit.
Outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match start again here. He's already had one. Mr. Dart at tops for the match to win 4-1. And the Dart at double 16 gets the job done there for Jurgen van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2-6.
Did he go for tops, or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up to make the semi-finals for the second time. Adam Gablas has been eliminated. Keep us guessing. This time he's trying to leave double 18. He knows best, and he takes the lead. He's 2 darts away from a Super Series final. He's 1 dart away. He doesn't need any more darts. Jeff Smith makes the Series 11 final. Is Usher losing his cool a little bit here?
Oh, absolutely. Right now, I'd say the head's gone, and you don't have long to recover. It is very, very short format darts. Vansky's halfway to victory.
He only needs 1 more. Jimmy Vansky is yet again into a Modus Super Series final.
Flashback vibes. Can Jimmy Vansky do the same? Just needs the 1 treble here on the 19s. Finds it. For the ball.
101!
Oh, unlucky. A lot of pressure on it. He kind of split it. 2 darts for double 4 for the match.